Welcome, guys. Good evening. Good to see you. We have Elusive Survival and Thrive in the house. And we have also Gil, as usual, and Alan.
Hi, guys.
Good to see you guys. We have Guest Mad Kilt. It's on your side, probably, Alan.
Yep.
Yeah,
How you doing, mate? How you doing?
Oh, I forgot something. I'll be right back.
Okay, no problem. That's the ones who popped in at the moment, unless I can see that. No, it's no more that popped in. Oh, we have one more that popped in. Welcome, Pina Galan. Good to see you. So today's topic is a great one, actually. It's a quite wide topic, if you could say that. Build your skill bank. And that is really important, guys. Skills is much more worth than gear.
For sure. Very, very broad topic as well.
It is very wide.
Just about every skill set has levels within it as well, where you sort of apprentice level all the way to absolute craftsman, absolute master,
Hey, Alan, I did this just for you. You know that, right? Hold on, I shut my dog up here. As soon as I get on, he starts barking.
I'm waiting for the royalties check any day now.
I'm waiting to be able to purchase the AI software to make these things, like what's his name did for me, Scottish Prepper, Brian.
Yeah.
Hey,
yeah.
Yeah, he made that for me. I'm like, I'm trying to figure out how much it costs, why, when, where, credits. So they got the weirdest system on there, and it takes me a little bit to figure it out. So
yeah,
but don't worry, I'll be making fun of you. No, I'm just kidding. I'll leave you out of it.
Hey, Kaylin, good to see you, ma'am. And we have also Prepper for the Ages. Good to see you again, Jill. And we have Phelan Clan Wolf on Gil's side. Good to see you.
Oh, okay.
And Anne's Place. Good to see you, Anne. And we have Grumpy Adventures. Good to see you. Yeah, that's all for now. And we have 20 people in the house. Good evening and welcome, my own Fire Horse. Good to see you again, ma'am. So, as I mentioned to Ellen, that is a quite build your skill bank. That is a wide topic, a broad topic, and I consider skills is more worth than gear.
Yeah, definitely. And just like Gaz Madkilt says as well, passing those skills on. You can give somebody fish to feed them, or you can teach them how to fish, and then they can feed themselves. It's that old adage, but it's true. It's definitely
Tony,
true.
US 5JG. I don't know whose side he is on, but I mean, if he's on Alan's side or Gil's side.
It's got to be on Alan's side.
Okay.
Who knows? It's all the same video. It's all the same chat.
Yeah.
So isn't knowing what gear to actually get for yourself also a skill in itself?
Yeah.
I wonder how many. I was just going to say, I wonder how many people have big medical kits but have no clue how to use them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I was going to say is you may have the gear, but if you don't have the skill to use the gear, you might as well not have the gear.
Yeah. Buy a first aid kit that's got 20,000 pieces in it. 19,000 are Band-Aids and one is a book and a crappy pair of scissors. Yeah. Look at me. I can cover everything with Band-Aids. Yeah, good for you, buddy.
Yeah. People that have got full suture kits, but they've never, ever practiced it, never ever even attempted it. So the day that they try and stutcher somebody up, they'll probably do more damage than they would have if they just left it alone. You know, I've seen
Well, you
that.
can watch a YouTube video on that. You'll be good.
Yeah.
Actually,
Kaylin
don't
says-
laugh too hard on that.
I'm actually not. It actually, you can learn lots, but you need
Yeah.
to practice what you saw and not just go, "Yep, I saw it. I'm good." Like the sofa survivalist dude. Yeah.
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 There's Doc Bones and Nurse Amy. That's Joe Alton and Amy Alton.
Excellent.
Have been
channel.
putting out a series of videos at like for a classroom, not just talking about this. And they're doing this stuff. They're amazing. Their
Hey, Howie.
videos are amazing.
Good to
And
see
you
you.
can actually buy all their videos on a USB drive too. All the training.
Kaylin says, speaking of skills, a local high school in my city is going to expand and upgrade its welding program.
Yes. I remember. She sent me the link on that. I talked about it on the midnight run on Thursday. They're spending an extra $5,000 to add a couple more welding bays, upgrade the ventilation system, and something else. Maybe it was $50,000. They're upgrading it significantly at the Central High School.
And I know a few school districts up in PA. They always had a tech high school. So after eighth grade or whatever, you can opt to go there. You still do your basic classes, but you also can choose, welding, woodworking, cooking. There's a whole bunch of stuff in there. They actually had to put a block on the applicants because so many more were applying, not because it's easy, but because you'll make more money doing it. They had to put a block on the student count because they don't have the space for it. So they're talking about next year or so expanding the size of the entire facility. And maybe if they're smart, they'll actually just put some of the smaller tech classrooms at the local high school because there's only 2 high schools.
Yeah. And when I was going to school down in LA, so for at the junior high, which is grades
6 through 8.
Grades 6, 7, and 8, and high schools 9, 10. No, three for each one. So 10, 12, 11, 10. So 9, 8, 7, 8, 9 is junior high. 10, 11, 12 is high school. But the junior high had a huge wood shop, a huge drafting, classroom, had a metal shop, and what else? They had something else too, but I just did those. And then they had a beginning automotive classroom. They didn't actually work on it. They taught basic stuff, but they didn't do hands-on. They did the hands-on at the high school, which had a huge auto shop and even a bigger metal shop. And when I went to Arizona, they built a new high school. Half the high school was wood shop, metal shop, auto shop, and then a quarter of it was the home ec wing.
Yeah, culinary,
And
mostly
they
culinary these days. They don't do much with sewing and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Oh, they did? Okay, good.
They did. They even had the guys going in there because the girls were saying, "You want to date me? I better see you in home ec next semester." And there were guys changing their class line out for mid semester to go take home ec. It was funny, but it was also great because some of the guys afterwards were like, I didn't know what they went through to do stuff.
That's what I did. I went from 7th grade to 12th grade. Took home ec every time. Well, you had to in 7th and 8th. 9 through 12 was 1, 2, 3, and 4. I took them all. And I was like one of the only ones in the entire school that went to culinary school. And I was like the teacher's proudest moment. She retired 2 years later.
She goes, I did it. I'm retiring.
Exactly. That's all she cared about. One person went to culinary school. She went to my church too, so that was a help. So that's okay.
But
Purple Ale. It's probably on Alan's side or your side, Gil.
Alan's.
Yeah.
Interesting thing I can tell, I don't know if anybody else on the panel here notices. they're on your side on the chat here on StreamYard, you'll see the little paper clip next to it. So if I see someone that's not appearing over on Shadow's stream and there's no paper clip, I know it's for Alan, or it'll be also for Mike when Mike gets in here.
Yeah, I don't see any paper clips. I just see names.
Yeah, because you're not sharing to your channel.
I'm terrible at looking at the comments. Actually, I'm looking at a laptop and I've got it on full screen, so I just see you four guys and the comments that Shadow puts at the bottom. I don't see any of the comments, but to the left of me, I've got my PC, which is my channel, and I'm just monitoring the comments that go up there. But I would have to do this, to sort of reply to them. So I'm just watching. There's no trolls. That's the only thing I'm doing. So sorry, guys, if you're speaking to me and I'm ignoring you. It's just I'm not clever enough to multitask.
On the top right, you should say private chat, comments, recording on StreamYard.
No, that goes away when you go full screen.
Oh.
If I go full screen on my laptop, I can't see that either. So no, he's fine.
Yeah, okay. I can minimize it. Then I can see the comments, but I don't know. I find it easier. I get too distracted by the comments, and then I forget what I'm talking about.
So like when I'm looking over here at this side, I'm typing in directly into Shadow's chat. If I go over here, I'm typing into mine on Gray Man Prepping. So I got three monitors, 28-inch monitors here.
Don't mind that screech in the background. I got a hawk on the patrol.
Oh, that sounds cool.
Oh, it's cool.
I don't know if anybody else could hear it. I just heard it when we were all quiet to hear it.
It's cool when it comes flying down and picks off a mourning dove that's eating the birdseed I threw out. Yeah, wife doesn't like that. I understand it. She hates it.
I've seen a seagull do that to a sparrow one time. It was
every now and then he'll miss, and then he'll land in the tree right next to the deck here and just stare at my wife. She's like, I'm afraid he's there. I'm like, sweetie, he can't get enough speed in 3 feet to get anything, and nobody's coming near it. He's just taking a break. He'll fly off, and he does. He flies off to another tree somewhere.
Yeah. Well, all right, we're about 15 minutes in here. So to kick it off, I'm going to say the first skill that everybody needs to have is basic first aid. And then the second skill should be an advanced first aid class. And keep up on it.
Especially if you're around other people, like young children or older relatives. If you're part of a family group, some sort of ill health is almost inevitable. And the more critical the situation, the more likelihood of injury or some sort of critical illness taking place. And that will become the biggest issue that you have in that moment, above all else. Water, food, shelter. If you've got a choking child and no 999 or 911 to call, you're going to wish you're going to know how to deal with that. Yeah. So absolutely critical, I think. Or even just the basic stuff that the burns, breaks, and bleeds. If you just learn that at least to start with, that puts you in a good stead.
Here in the U.S., we have the basic first aid class, which is first aid. Then there's multimedia first aid, which includes CPR. And then you can get the rider for infant CPR. And then you can get an advanced first aid class. And if you're involved with the Boy Scouts, you can get wilderness first aid training, which is a 16-hour class.
Yeah, there's a few work-related courses and things in the UK that focus largely on CPR and things like that, and using the machines if you have like a heart attack and stuff. They've changed it a little bit though. I've noticed back when I first started doing first aid courses, they used to teach you when you were doing cardio preliminary resuscitation, they would teach you to do compressions and breath. Now they say don't do the breath, just do the compressions. Just focus on that, and then hopefully the emergency services will sort of come and deal with the rest of it in time. But I did notice that they changed that. I don't know when that happened, maybe a few years ago.
That happened about more than that. That happened about 24 years ago.
Wow, they were probably just way behind in the UK then, because I mean, it was definitely the case that they were still teaching us to do, you know, some compressions and then breath and then compressions up until just a few years ago. And then my latest work course, they done away with that.
Here's the thing. The American Red Cross has gone back to adding breaths. Because even though the compressions will make the lung work a little bit, you're not getting enough oxygen in there if it's going to be a long time to get the person, you know, to get the blood oxygenated enough to keep the brain functioning. And
it used to be like 5 compressions, 1 breath. Then it went to like, don't worry about the breaths, just do compressions. And now it's like 15 compressions, 1 breath or something.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Unless you have a second person and a third person there, then you guys can rotate out. And you have one person doing breaths every 5 compressions, one person doing compression, the other guy's resting, then he switches out, does compression guy goes to breaths, breath guy rests up, and you rotate out like that every couple minutes. But yeah, so first aid, I would say is the number one skill everyone should learn.
Yeah, CPR here in Sweden, we have 30 compressions and 2 breaths.
That works. The there I can't say enough about this. Also here in the U.S. we have what's called the CERT training, Community Emergency Response Teams. Yeah, and they have a section on it called Mass Casualty Incident Response, where you do triage. When triage is basically you're sorting out, all right, who can we not save? We can't save this person. Okay, we have a multicolored tag you put on them, mark it, whatever. There's ones that are urgent. There are ones that are immediate, and then there are the quote walking wounded.
Yeah, those are the ones that are called. Yeah, you can wait.
Hey,
you can wait, and if you're just barely hurt, you can help.
Yeah, you got a sprained finger and you're screaming louder than everybody else. You can wait.
Yeah.
Or if you have a
compound fracture. Yeah.
no, you just have like a broken wrist, but you're not screaming and everything else. You still got a good hand. Okay, take notes. Just start writing down, or just talk calmly to another person.
So would you guys still advocate breath work with CPR, or would you be hands only CPR? Because I remember at the time the logic being, or from what I was told, is the most cases where you would be using CPR is usually because of cardiac arrest, and the blood already has oxygen in it, which will last
only for a short time. The oxygen in blood will last about a minute, and that's it.
Yeah, but I think, I might be a little bit wrong with this, but from what I can remember, I think the study was something along the lines of, because people were delaying the compression part of it, which was the vital part, and then they were footering around trying to do the breath work, and they weren't always doing it particularly good, because this was the first time they've ever done it on anything other than a dummy. And I think your breath only has, 20% oxygen or something? The rest of it's,
depends how you do it.
Yeah, but
so we were teaching in the CERT program is when we went ahead and we're teaching it, even if they say no, don't do it, we were still teaching do breaths. But as you're doing it on your 3rd compression, you should go, and then you do the breath. You suck in more, and that way you get more oxygen going into them than then you got. If you just do a simple breath, you're only going to get 20% oxygen in there.
Yeah, but the less time between your inhale and exhale, the more oxygen is remaining in the gas that you're exhaling.
Yeah. I think they actually even ran an ad over here, because I remember there was an advert on TV that had Vinnie Jones in it, and he was I'm sure it was Vinnie Jones, and they were saying, forget about the mouth part, leave the kissing to your mother or something. I think it was some sort of witty comment like that, and it was just 100% concentrate on the compression side of it. But I haven't done a first aid course now for a few years, which is I'm due one at work soon, so I'm looking forward to seeing what the updated information is on that.
Hey, Shadow, can you show Anne's placed comment about 4 up from the bottom? Yeah, that one. Here's the reason why everyone needs to learn first aid. I mean, that's it. Saved his little brother's life.
Yeah.
Yeah, along with first aid, learn basic safety, personal safety. I know when we cut a tree down, me and Uncle Richard cut a tree down across that was going to fall on my driveway at the cabin. We discussed it for about 25 minutes before we did anything. We didn't just grab the saw and go. And he was like, and he caught me off guard. And I was a safety dude in my company forever. He's like, I think we should park your truck up there. And I'm like, why? He's like, because if something happens and the tree's there, I can't get you to the hospital, or you can't get me to the hospital. I was like, holy crap, good point. So we thought about that, and then we picked our escape routes. We picked everything. We walked it out a couple times because the tree was half rotten. We didn't know which way it was leaning really bad, but it still could have barber chaired on me. It could have done a bunch of stuff. And he stood back waiting, like way away, and had the camera going too, of course. But yeah, I mean, just think about basic safety, because if you're not thinking ahead on your safety steps, you're going to need first aid. Period.
Yep.
Yeah. It's something that there's a phenomenon that I've noticed when I take people into wilderness environments that aren't used to going into wilderness environments. They're kind of careless. And I think that's because we're used to quite a sanitized lifestyle. Everything around us has been designed in such a way that it's safe. You can walk around your house, and you know where everything is, and you're not likely to
and
do
you
yourself
still
too much
stub your
damage.
toes.
Yeah, but I mean, I think the thing is, when people they get into the woods, for example, and you give them an axe, and suddenly they're just about cutting their own bloody leg off because they're not paying attention. They're just not situation aware of their surroundings. They're not realizing that the ground isn't being made by anybody. Rocks can fall here. The ground is slippy. The path is maybe a little bit off. Trees fall down. It's as if they've been taken out of their natural environment and plonked in a place, but they still act as if they're in their sanitized sort of, house or street where everything's nice and neat and tidy. And it doesn't take much to do yourself an injury in the wilderness.
No,
Well,
and even when you're bugging out to camp somewhere, it's like, oh, look, this nice little flat area, and I could get my tent there and be level. You might want to look up, because there might be a bunch of really large branches that have just been dangling there for years. One good wind or even a light breeze, it's coming on you in the middle of the night, and you won't even hear it. You might hear a crack right before you don't hear anything anymore.
It's funny, because I do a lot of solo camping, and I do some wild camping in Europe as well, where we still have wolves and bears and things like that, and proper animals. And people have said to me before, you're not afraid when you go into these wilderness places. I'm like, I tell you, the only thing that I'm afraid of when I go solo wilderness are trees. Trees are the only thing that scare me in the wilderness. I'm not afraid of wolves or bears or cats or people or axe murderers or aliens or any of this kind of stuff. What I'm afraid of is a strong breeze picking up and a tree falling on me, because that's the most likely thing that's going to happen.
I did that on my tractor. I was clearing trees out of the property because where we're going to put the house, and there were small ones. They were like 3, 4, and 5 inch diameter pines. I was going to use them for fence posts, and I was just pushing them over with the tractor. Well, I didn't look up. Fortunately, I was wearing my helmet for chainsawing at the time because it had earmuffs on it, and I hit it. Good thing there's a crossbar in the back of my tractor, because about a 4-inch branch came down sideways, not point first, but sideways, and whacked me in the head. Scared the crap out of me. And then I started looking up, going, geez, I'm the safety guy, and I'm not looking up when I'm pushing trees that are going to knock stuff loose. So after that, I was looking up everywhere going, yeah, you can wait. Or I'd push another tree to get that one to come down. And you're by yourself. Freaks my wife out all the time, because I'm by myself out there on a tractor. I made the mistake of telling her once. I was like, well, you can track me on the iPhone. I said, so, and I was joking. I said, so if you see my location doesn't change for like an hour or so, call the meat wagon. Well, she didn't like that either. But about a month later, my area didn't move because the phone fell off the tractor, and I was looking for it for like 2 hours. And I found it. By the time I got to my phone, she had like 80 messages on there, 10 missed phone calls. And when I finally texted her or called her back, she's like, I was literally ready to call the sheriff's department to come check on you. I was like, okay, I won't do that anymore. Sorry, honey. I'll keep it in my pocket instead of mounted to the tractor where it falls off all the time.
Yeah. Then you can add avalanches, rock falls, landslides, flooding, everything, all those kind of
mudslides.
Yeah. It's really just a case of understanding your environment. I mean, if you're in a desert, for example, in the Western United States, I wouldn't be too concerned about dehydration or rattlesnakes. I'd be concerned about flash floods because they can come out of nowhere and they kill a lot more people out there.
It depends on the season too. My junior and senior year was in Fredonia, Arizona, on the north rim of the Grand Canyon, and up on the north rim, you still got all these little canyons, and they're prone to flash floods when there's a storm. But up there, you can see storms forming 50 miles away, and that's what you got to look out for. You see a storm up there, and you just keep an eye on it. And when it gets really black and ugly, if you see any lightning in it, you go, okay. And you know that there's certain canyons, creeks are something going to be full of water. If you don't pay attention, they can get you. And that's the problem with people hiking down in the canyons, in these little ravines and stuff. Oh, this is cool. Let's go down there and check out this, that, and the other. It's like, you need to keep somebody up above, keeping an eye on what's going on around.
Yeah, it's often the case as well that a dry riverbed is the flattest, nicest, smoothest surface. It looks perfect, but it's only flat, smooth, because there's water coming down there every year, and that could happen, like you say, the storm could be miles away, so it's not, you think it's nice, warm and sunny, and then in the middle of the night, suddenly, you're being hit by a flash flood. But
that's a skill in itself, to understand your surroundings, not just know your surroundings, understand your surroundings. That's its own skill right there.
Absolutely.
Hey, Grumpy, good to see you. Welcome aboard.
I'm connected and working. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Wow, technology. I'm dragged into the 21st century. Good to see you guys, and thanks for letting me join.
Great to have you up here. On tagging on what Alan was saying there a little bit more is, if you're camping out in the desert area, do not camp near a creek bed, a river bed, a canyon, up on top. Yeah, it may be windy up there, but if there's a flash flood, it ain't going to get you. If you're camping down below and you hear the roaring of a flash flood coming, you got seconds. That's it, seconds.
Now they say, bottom of the hill bad because of the water and flooding, top of the hill bad because of the wind. Find somewhere in the middle where you're blocked from the wind, you're out of the flood zone, and you're not covered by tree branches that are going to kill you in the middle of the night.
That too.
Yeah, you can sometimes tell by looking at the foliage, by looking at the growth of the plants in the area. Even the desert is going to have plants and things like that. So if you can see an area that's got, some stuff growing there, then it's fairly likely that stuff's been able to grow there because no flash flood is going through that area. It's not being wind battered all of the time. So and there's no fire hazard there. I mean, there might be animals there. That's the next thing that you would have to be concerned about, or what particular plants they are, for example. But for the most part, if you find an area that's kind of got a bit of plant life there and appears relatively sheltered from everywhere else, that's probably a best bet. That's where I would be. But then you'd have to look for the wildlife and stuff like that. But
another skill to look for when you're looking for a place to sleep, whatever, it's what they call river wash. For really short-term high water conditions, it doesn't rip the weeds out. It doesn't leave it a gravel bed. You see small branches and weeds, wrapped around the bases of smaller trees. And I actually found that at my cabin. I was like, we didn't think the water ever came up that high, maybe every 10, 15 years. And it actually moved a 30-inch maple tree that was on my side of the stream, lifted it and rotated it and put the stump on the other side of the stream. So now I'm figuring out how to grab it with a chain and drag it back to my side for firewood. But we're walking around and I'm looking, I'm like, holy crap, Richard, look at that. He's like, what? I said, look at the weeds wrapped around this little mini tree. Yeah. And it was 2 feet off the ground, which was 8 feet above the water level of the stream normally. Yeah. I'm like, okay, yeah. So look for stuff like, it's called river wash. And where you just have small weeds and stuff wrapped around trees, and you think it's the wind. No, it's the water.
Yeah, and sometimes you'll just see the grasses and the weeds just kind of laid over a little bit, That's where the water would flying by, not enough to dig any of them out, but just, went over and just kind of pressed them down. And
Yeah, short-term flood. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Wasn't going long enough to unroot anything, maybe some bigger stuff. And it also depends on how fast it's traveling.
Yeah.
Water debris are always a good indication of how far and how much a river will flood. Around where I am, it's sort of like the rivers are small, especially the smaller ones, not the big ones. But when it gets in full flood, these are going up anything between 6 and 12 foot. You know what I mean? It's a big climb because they're channeled. I can say at some parts, the height of the river is going up 12 foot, and we call it river debris. And you can see what has been dragged through and the height of it. They always put warnings out of, be careful. But if you get into that, it's going to take you. It's going to take you big time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Diggs Outdoors in the house. Good to see you.
Yeah. So I sent Shadow this list, and it's rather. I just spent an hour or so just going through things yesterday, and today during the prelim I added 2 more things to it, different type skills. An example is of for advanced medical. After you learned your first aid, advanced first aid, and suture skills, or doing up massive cuts and sealing those up. Advanced medical. You got dentists, doctors, nurses, and midwives. The midwives being the most easiest to get, whereas the doctors, dentists, and nurses take 4 years at least of schooling and then internship. But most people aren't going to do that. Some may do the midwife thing, but that's a little extension on the medicals. That is why people go ahead and say, we need to get a doctor and a dentist into our group.
A veterinarian would be a good idea too, if you have livestock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to read off the main topics here real quick. And I got them in alphabetical order. And some of these have like 6, 7 subtopics to them. So animal husbandry, bushcrafting, clothing, which has several things off of it. Electrical has a bunch of things off of it. Food preservation has a bunch of things off of it. Foraging / smithing has 6 things after it. Gardening, herbal medicine, home construction, hunting has a bunch off of it. Machine manufacturing has a bunch off of it. Mechanic has a bunch off of it. Miner, oil worker, plumbing, rancher has several off of it. Sewage management, stonemason has several off of it. Welding has 5 off of it. Wood has 5 off of it. And so those are just category types. And then you can have smaller ones. I'm going to hit probably the most obvious one, hunting. So hunting has atlatl, learning how to make and use an atlatl, bow and arrow, firearm, fishing, sling, slingshot, spear, traps, and snares. A lot of skills there to learn. You can specialize in some of those, but they're all for hunting.
Yeah, the sub skill under all those. Yeah, I can dispatch an animal. I might learn how to skin it or something. How do I cook it? What are my temperatures? What am I going to get sick? Did I gut it the proper way or contaminate the meat?
Yeah.
You don't know. Where did you shoot it? It was, where did you dispatch it to? Improper placement of your item will result in not getting as much food as you'd like out of it, and knowing what to do with the contaminated part and how to deal with it. So if you don't know how to cook, I mean, yeah, I got 10. I'm the fat dude now. I got 10,000 pounds of beans and 10,000 pounds of rice. I own a microwave, and I have a case of Aquafina water. That's it. How am I going to survive on that? I don't know, but they told me that's what I needed, so I got it. I don't know what to do with it, so I'm still going to start. Well, the fat dude won't starve too quick. He'll just be worthless like he usually is.
Also, when you're preparing the animal, do you know how to prepare it properly? I mean, beyond just skinning. In Scotland, when we prepare a deer, when you hunt a deer, it's called grallicking, which is I suppose that's kind of just what we call gutting the animal. But it's not just a case of knowing how to do that without contaminating the meat. You're also looking for things like, is this animal got anything that I should be concerned about? Has this animal got TB, for example? And how do I find that? How do I recognize that? When I'm looking at the organs like the liver, how do I know what a healthy liver looks like? Most people probably don't think about things like that.
Yeah,
When I'm
no,
looking
that,
at a
deer-
liver,
that deer's liver's terrible. He must have been an alcoholic.
yeah, but I mean, can you identify a sort of like a liver fluke or TB or blemishes or something like that?
Parasites,
Botfly, parasites, all
Yeah.
sorts of things. You know, those are all part of the skill of a hunter to be able to make sure that the game that he's preparing is healthy in the first place. Because it doesn't happen very often, but if you live in a high TB area, for example, you have to know how to at least identify TB in that animal, because you can give yourself some serious problems if you start consuming or preparing an animal that has TB, even if you're just doing it with your bare hands, and you've got some injuries on there.
Yeah. One of the things a problem we have here, it's growing in the U.S., is called brain wasting disease among the deer and elk.
Yep, I've heard of that. We don't have that here.
Never heard
yet.
of that.
They haven't proven that is actually toxic that I know of. The jury's still out on that. It's yet another disease or something in an animal. You can put on a tinfoil hat and say all kinds of stuff about that. But I have yet to see the details on if this deer has wasting disease and you eat it, it will cause this. Not might, not may, it will. That's one thing I haven't seen yet. And I look for it randomly because my buddy hunts and he talks about it. I'm like, yeah, well, what does it cause? Well, I don't know, but you shouldn't eat it. Okay. Gotcha. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there are some diseases that I remember when I was a kid, I used to do a lot of rabbit hunting, and myxomatosis was a big disease that was deliberately introduced into the UK, very cruelly actually. But you would every now and again you would come across a rabbit that had myxomatosis, where its eyes were all puffy and horrible, and the animal was just poorly. And I remember somebody saying to me, you can actually still eat a rabbit with myxomatosis. It won't pass on to you that way, but why would you want to? But that's one of those things where if you're in an absolute dire situation and you see an animal with a rabbit with myxomatosis, for example, you would think, well, at least I know that I can, if I have to, eat an animal like that. Whereas there are some other things that you just don't go near. I mean, if I came across a dead bird, for example, and I was starving, I would be very wary of having that bird, even if it appeared fresh, because bird flus are something that are very readily passed on to humans.
Yeah, my dogs dispatched a rabbit a couple of years ago in the backyard here. Didn't do it; they just killed it. And I'm like, okay. And they bring it over and they drop it to like do something with it, Dad. I'm like, fine. So I grab my gloves, grab my boning knife, set up a little plastic table and a wash bin out there, and I just practiced skinning it and figuring it out. And as I'm cutting some of the meat and stuff off of it, and I had the bright light. It was nighttime. I had a bright light on. I looked. Yeah, it had a couple of little small worms moving around in there because they get parasites. And it was summertime, so it wasn't wintertime or whatever time of year you're supposed to hunt rabbit versus other times. Now, apparently, they don't hurt you. Fish have parasites. You don't even know it half the time. When you cook it, they die. It's just protein.
Yeah, most things have parasites. Almost all animals have parasites.
Yeah.
Hey,
and
Mike,
it won't hurt you. It just freaks you out when you see something wiggling in there going, ooh, that's gross. I mean, it wasn't like some 3-inch long worm coming out of it. It was just this little
Like
tiny
bot
thing
flies.
wiggling. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
You cook it,
I mean,
I just practiced. I wasn't eating it, so.
I mean, you do. I seen a survival show one time where they skinned an animal and it was covered in botfly. A botfly sort of like bites down on the animal and it leaves the larvae under the skin. It's disgusting looking. It's a big maggot looking type thing. And they were saying, oh, we would stay away from this animal because we see all these botfly. And I was thinking, well, why would you? The botfly just goes into the skin. It doesn't actually go into the meat. There's no
muscle
there. Yeah. And as gross as it sounds, if you were really starving, you could actually eat the larvae of the botfly, because they themselves are not contagious in any way. It's just a grub. It's just like a maggot.
Yeah.
Things only become contagious when they bite something that had something. Now they become
then you would have the
contagion
botfly
itself.
under your skin type thing. But
Right.
it was what was preventing the people from wanting to prepare and eat that animal was the gross factor. They were used to supermarket ready food, and the prospect of eating something that has something that looks like a giant maggot in it was repulsive to them. And so they thought, oh, we'll stay away from that, bury it in a hole somewhere, when in fact that would be an absolute waste. And if that was a life-threatening situation where you were desperately looking for food, you've just threw away perfectly good food because you're grossed out by something.
Yeah. And that's a set of skills you need to learn too. If you're going to be hunting, what can you and can you not eat?
It's like Chef says, cook the food, and that'll destroy most of the parasites, because almost all wild animals have parasites.
You don't eat bear and other animals medium rare. You cook it to 165 or whatever it is in metric, which CR, what is 165 Fahrenheit in metric? In Celsius, it's probably like 62 degrees or something.
Yeah.
So you mean that meat needs to be well done?
Basically,
Yeah.
And if you really want to make sure you're safe, you cook it like Texas doing barbecue, doing a brisket, where it's in the slow cooker till it's
so it's tender and
overnight,
falls apart. Yep.
until it falls off the bones. It's well cooked, but it's also
you can brown your meat, chop it up, brown it, even though it's still medium rare inside, and then throw it in a big old Dutch oven with your potatoes and veggies and stuff, and some water, and just let it stew. That's why they call it stew. Just let it stew for hours and hours. It'll get it up above 165. It'll be 212 degrees or 100 C, for hours. And that tenderizes the meat, makes it more palatable. And your other items add flavor to it, but you got to know what to do with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, animals that are predators are more likely to have parasites. So, things like cats and foxes and dogs and wolves.
Yeah,
and bears
you don't want
to.
You don't want to kill a vulture and eat it, because they eat everything dead.
Yeah.
So kind of stay away from those.
Yeah, and the taste, if you eat one, it would probably taste horrible.
Yeah, it would taste like a sewer pit.
No.
Yeah.
With that, once you're hunting and stuff, that goes right over back to the food preservation skill.
Mhm.
How are you going to preserve it? Are you,
You're by yourself. You got 100 pounds of elk. What are you going to eat it all at once? Is it wintertime? Okay, I can leave it out and freeze it and pray the predators don't get it. What am I going to do with it then? Okay, maybe I can make strips and hang it over a fire, make some jerky that'll at least last me into the spring.
Yeah. And if you have salt, you can salt it. You can build a smokehouse and smoke it.
Yep.
It
depends on where you are in the skill set, and B in your environment. If it's just you and a knife and a backpack with a bedroll, you may not want to go after the biggest elk in the herd, because and it's still fall and it's not that cold out. It's not going to last very long. You can only eat so much meat.
Yeah.
My mom was taken hunting by her uncles when she was visiting the old ranch up in Idaho, up in the Finger by Coeur d'Alene. And first thing they did when they set up camp was build a smokehouse. Before they did, they set up the camp. A couple of them started building a smokehouse. They started setting up their tents and stuff and everything else. And then they started getting water while they're finished building the smokehouse. They got that all ready. And they hadn't even finished setting up the rest of the camp. She said that she heard a pow, and one of her uncles came dragging a deer in. And they went to work and started smoking the deer in the brand new smokehouse.
Yeah, and you can make a smokehouse out of a tripod of branches and a good, not a plastic tarp, but a good tarp. And you just need to trap the smoke in there and a little bit of heat. You don't have to cook it to 190 or 200 degrees and burn your tarp. You just need to be able to smoke it for a while so it cures it, and that keeps parasites and things from growing, bacteria.
Yeah, even some jerky, I mean, you don't even need a lot of smoke or even a lot of heat. You just need dry air sort of circulating around, and you can get away with making some sort of fairly air-dried jerky that way. Another good thing to know when it comes to that kind of preparation as well, if you don't have something readily available, to know which parts of the animal spoil the fastest. So things like the organs are going to spoil first. You know, the liver,
Yeah.
the heart, the kidneys, that stuff's going to go off long before the actual meat does. So if you
Yeah.
find yourself out in the field and you're gutting the animal, you know, take the liver, the heart, the kidneys, and eat them that day. You'll fry them up. You're going to get a lot of nutrition out of them anyway. You're going to get lots of minerals and nutrition from the organs. And then the meat will keep longer, the fatty parts of the animal, the muscle part of the animal. You'll get a few days out of that. I deer hunt where I live. You know, if I shoot a deer, I hang it in my shed for days before I don't refrigerate it. You know, it's different in the summertime, but at this time of year, if I shoot a deer, I hang it in my shed and I leave it there for a week, and you know, it's not refrigerated, and it's perfectly fine. Then it gets prepared, and then it gets, you know, eaten after that. But the organs, I consume that day. That's what I eat that day, because you can't really leave them out.
And I was thinking about another skill you didn't put on your list, Gil.
What was that?
Fish farming.
Fish farming.
Or,
No,
or
I
even
didn't
just
put farming on
fishing.
there. I got fishing on there, but that's totally different than fish farming. And even just fishing, there is bow fishing, there is lure fishing, there is
And line.
fly fishing. There is, each of those are skills upon into their own. But yeah, doing a fish farm is a different skill, and you got to really understand it. There are, you know, you got to make sure you have a filtration system for your fish farm. If you're not trying to fish farm in a river, you know, blocking an area off. But if you're doing like setting up a pond or taking your old swimming pool that nobody swims anymore and turning that into a fish farm, you got to filter the water. So you got to know how to filter the water, how to build a proper filtration system. Yeah, it's all intense.
Hey, Diggs corrected you. There's one more. Dynamite fishing.
However, if you're in an emergency in an SHTF or Tawaki situation, you might not want to be doing dynamiting, drawing everybody's attention. However, if you're lost out there alone, you happen to have a stick of dynamite, you might want to try to get everybody's attention so you get rescued.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of a sudden they come out of the woods going, "You're under arrest for illegal fishing." Great, I was lost. I don't care. Take me back to jail. Thank you.
You rescued me. That was just a signal to get your attention.
Yeah, just happened to get some food out of it. Sorry.
And another skill I was thinking about, learn to navigate at sea.
I didn't have that navigation on there. Navigation, land or sea navigation, also called orienteering.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially if you live in an area with wide expanses of wilderness. If you don't understand basic navigation, or even just how to walk in a straight line, you know, following a compass bearing, you'll walk in a big circle, and it's remarkably easy to do that. I've done that before. So very, very basic navigation skills can enable you to get from one place to the next without getting lost, because, you know, unless you're following a road or something, or a railway line, if you just wander off into the woods without a compass bearing, you'll actually walk in a circle.
Yeah.
And it's weird because it actually happens. It tends to go off which foot you started with. So if you start off on your right foot and start walking in what you think is a straight line, you will walk in a big circle, you know, and end up right back where you left off. There's some techniques you can learn to do it without a compass, using sticks and things like that. But
one of the things on that to consider, that 45%, I think it is 47% of people have the one leg is just a little bit shorter than the other leg.
Yeah, so you've got your dominant foot, which is kind of why you end up walking in a bit of a circle.
Exactly.
Yeah, and you don't even have to be in a forest. And people have done this in like flat plains, deserts, you know, big flat surface. And you think, okay, I'll go that way. If you haven't got a point of reference to stare at ahead of you, you will walk in a circle. But it's just it's the natural, it's a natural thing for people to do.
And what probably the easiest thing to do is you pick out a point far away, a tree way away, and then look for something else behind it. So you have 2 points, and you keep them lined up as you're walking. Or if you just go, there's a mountain peak, I'm going to walk towards the mountain peak. You'll still meander unless you're keeping an eye on where you're walking. You'll still want just a little bit, unless you have 2 points to line up and you're keeping your eye on it as you're walking. Large farmers know this because when they're plowing the fields, they learn to spot up, so they make a straight line to start with.
Yeah, it's sort of taking a leapfrog bearing ahead of yourself. There's actually a technique you can do as well, where if you're in a densely wooded area, if you find a sort of long stick, it's actually easier to hold the long stick in front of yourself and point it towards a sort of stick that a tree that you see ahead of yourself, and then you follow the stick in as straight of a line as possible. And then once you get to it, you pick another point, another tree that looks slightly different, and you use the stick to navigate your way through there as well. It's not completely foolproof, but that will actually allow you to navigate in a densely wooded area easier than simply just walking. Because
I know what Gil's talking about. You see a tree, okay, that's my direction. You start walking towards it a little bit, and then you want to find another tree or object that is in line with it. When you approach the first tree, you want to find yet the next tree or object in line with the second one. That maintains your straight line. Because if you walk all the way to the first tree and then you see your second tree, you might be off by a degree or so. It doesn't take much, and you're going to find another tree. So now you're still going to go in a circle or zigzag or go the wrong way. So 2 points of reference for a start, but you need 3 to continue in a straight line. Period. That's just basic geometry.
Yeah, like sea navigation's an entirely different skill in itself. I mean,
you need to learn a sextant for that and use the stars if it's not cloudy out.
There's lots of separate skills involved in that. Like the old mariners were incredible at their ability to be able to travel large distances without a lot of fancy equipment and things like that. It's not my area of expertise at all. I'm not an ocean going type person.
I do know an interesting thing about that. They had the sextant and they had stuff, but they were still getting way off on doing things, until
Hey dear,
I'm trying to see who it was, who did it, develop a working pocket watch. I believe it was a Swiss person, and so they could actually do their timing and tell what time it is, so they could chart exactly where they are. Because if they didn't know, they could throw them off, but not keeping the times right and stuff in doing their navigation.
Good to see you, dear love.
Good to see you too, Shadow. Good evening, everybody. Hello, everybody in the chat. Hope you're all doing well. Some crazy times at the moment.
Yep.
Yeah.
So somebody in the chat was talking about night navigation there as well. I would say don't navigate at night if you don't have a compass. You're just making life far more difficult for yourself navigating at night. If you're in a place where you've got a clear view of the sky and you know how to navigate by the stars, you're following Polaris or whatever, then sure, go for it. But you're probably better off simply waiting until you've got visibility, and then you can actually see objects ahead of yourself. It's kind of like jungle navigation, where you can't actually see. If you're in the whiteout, fog, the jungle, or at night, there's a technique where you have to use pacing in order to navigate with a compass and pace beats. And you can navigate by bearing, by doing that, by pacing yourself over a certain distance, because there's no point of reference for you to follow. But that in itself, again, that's a completely separate skill that you have to learn. It's difficult to just figure that out. You have to learn how to do that.
Yep. Yeah. And just most navigations, out of like fog, rain, in the forest, night and stuff. Also, if you're trying to navigate by stars, whatever, you got to have a clock, a watch, something to keep time, because you got Polaris up there, but the whole sky is rotating around Polaris.
Yep.
You got to be able to track your time, and know where things are changing as the hours change, so to keep yourself in line.
or at least understand the constellations. So if you're tracking Polaris, for example, the constellation you want to be looking for is the Plough or the Big Dipper, some people call it. So for people who don't know, the Plough kind of, I think, is it the Alaskan flag that have that as their flag? That constellation, there's a state.
I think so. Yeah.
So if you take a look at the Alaskan flag, if you like, it shows the constellation, the Plough, and it kind of looks like a pan, a handle, and then it's got a square pan. If you take the last 2 stars of the pan and then follow them up roughly 4 times the distance of those stars, the next brightest star that you see, it's not the brightest star in the sky, but the next brightest star that you see, that's Polaris, that's the North Star. Now, like Gil was saying, as the night moves on, the constellation will move like this, but those 2 stars at the end will still point towards where Polaris is, because Polaris is in the center. And so it rotates around that. And that's how you sort of find yourself in navigation. And there's a smaller constellation that looks like a mini Plough that you can also track it that way as well. The southern hemisphere is different, but anybody that's interested in taking a look at the constellations for Polaris, that's the one. Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
that's it right there.
You see those 2 stars there. Basically, you follow them roughly 4 times the distance, and you'll come to, because there's stars in between that. It doesn't look like that in the sky.
Right.
The constellation does, but the star is not. Polaris isn't a big bright star like that. It's actually quite a faint star, and there's stars in the middle. And if you're in a very clear place where you can see the Milky Way, it looks very crowded. So you have to get really good at identifying that star and that constellation. And also the Plough is more of in the northern hemisphere, it's kind of like a winter constellation. So you can see it better around about this time of year. It's one of my favorite constellations to look out for when I'm in the Highlands, because it's one of the clearest.
Yes. Yeah, Vanessa has a point.
Again, here. Star navigation, a completely different skill.
If you are at the equator south, you must use other stars. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the same with
the
same you will have the same problem with a compass. If you use a compass for the northern hemisphere, it will not work that well on the southern hemisphere. So
unless you learn it down there, like garden prep.
Yeah.
That's the thing to remember too, is the poles are shifting.
Yeah,
they wander around, but they're really moving now, and you need to get the updated degrees of declination, which means how far off from where magnetic pole is to where Earth north is. So when you look at true north and magnetic north, when you're looking at a map, say, okay, I'm lining up on the map. Wait a minute, I got to change that. You got to turn the dial on your compass. Okay, this is the direction I need to be going, because you can be off 3 or 4 degrees and totally miss where you're going for.
Well, the further you are away from magnetic north, the less of an error you will get. If that makes sense. Like everybody's like, oh, how much distance between a degree? Like, well, at 3 inches or 10 centimeters, it's only like in fractions of a micron. But when you get out to 100 miles, we're talking feet or miles. So the 1 degree, the further away you get from the point of origin, the more from going from there, the further apart they get, further out. But if you're further out from the point of origin, you could be plus or minus a degree or so, and you're going to be pretty close.
Yeah.
So it's like backwards thinking, but that's geometry. Love it. Good thing I paid attention in school.
Yeah. I think navigating by the stars is a bit tricky, though. I mean, it's not entirely foolproof. You would have to be very, very good at that. I mean,
it's a skill. It's a definite skill.
Yeah, I mean, you can try and go by sort of Polaris in the north, and I think it's the Southern Cross if you're in the southern hemisphere, but it's a little bit trickier there, I think. But again, that's a skill. If you live in a place where you have a clear view of the night sky, and you think you're going to be traveling by night, that's definitely a skill worth learning.
Yeah. And the other thing you have to count on is the time of the year, because of the tilt of the Earth.
Yeah.
As it goes around, it changes things a little bit, and the rotation and everything as the Earth moves around the sun and everything else. Yeah, it's you need to have a little book of information. Yeah, because all your great navigators, they'd pull out their book and they'd look at their thing and they'd do stuff and they'd put their book away, and no one touched their book. No one touched their book.
Everybody these days is so reliant on GPS sat nav.
Yeah.
It just comes second nature, and just to be able to keep your skills up to date with your silver nav, it's crucial. But the thing is, you get into bad habits. Do you know what I mean? You get into bad habits. It's easy, and what have you. But at the end of the day, when the technology is gone, you've got to use the old stuff. So keeping those skills up to date, it is crucial, and also passing it on to the others if you've got it in your family or who's connected with you, because they won't even think. I show my grandson my silver compass, and he says, "What's that for?" Do you know what I mean? Literally, we sort of, well, what's this? What does it do? And it says, it's for map reading, because everything is on GPS. So trying to
you even have a GPS on your cell phone too.
Yeah, this is it.
Yeah, it's definitely the case. I mean, how many people have used a sat nav to get to a place in their car a few times, and then they try and get to that place without the sat nav, and they realize they don't know where the hell they're going, because they've just been relying entirely on the sat nav saying turn left, turn right, and they haven't actually got it into their head where it is they're traveling to. And there is definitely a reliance. Some people think
he's bringing it out.
My road atlas.
The old school sort of road atlas. Definitely the way to, at least when you used a road atlas, it ingrained the route in your memory, and you knew where you were going if you were using route cards. And just like Grumpy Adventures is saying as well, the old ways are still the best ways. This is my navigation equipment here. This is just this pouch here. So this is a map case basically. I've got a pacing thing there for this counting steps. I use pacing beads. Inside this here, I've got, even though I know where I'm going in this local area, that's the last place I was in the Scottish Highlands. And you can see I've got a paper map laid out for the exact location I was traveling to. And I've been there dozens of times. I know where I am. I don't even need a map. And I've got my phone, so it gives me, it tells me where I am. But I still take the map with me anyway. And like you were saying as well, you need to have a proper compass. You need to have something that's worthwhile, whether that be a silver compass or something like, one of these ones. I prefer the mirrored ones. This has always been the Sunto has always been my favorite type of compass, but I've used the silver compasses and stuff as well.
Yeah, I have a Silver Ranger compass.
Yeah. I mean,
with a mirror.
One of the great things about a compass like this, that this is like what Gil was saying earlier, where he was talking about plotting a position far off in the distance and then making your way to that point. That's where a compass like this really comes into its own, because it's got like a hole here, a little sighting hole, and you can actually hold this compass out in front of you, bring the mirror down so that you can see the face of the compass in the mirror, but you can get a very clear view when you look through the sight, over the sight of this compass, at an object in the distance, and then you can travel to it based on the bearing that you can then see very clearly in the mirror of your compass. And that's just a very, very easy way of traveling in a straight line with purely a compass. You don't even need a map. You just the compass will get you there. Now, there are ways of navigating purely with a compass or purely with a map. The thing with a map is you, of course, need to know where you are on the map in order to travel, and then you can follow some sort of, guide rails, whether it be like, okay, I can see that there's 3 hills in the distance. I'm heading towards the middle one, and I can see the 3 hills on the map. Therefore, I'll sort of walk in that direction. You orientate the map to suit that. And that's a good way of doing that. Or there's a river, for example, or a lake. You can see the lake to the left of you. That's the only lake on the map. You orientate the map so that the lake is on the left of you, and if you follow the coastline of that lake, you're going in the right direction because you can see the hills. And that means you can kind of just, you can then tune out a little bit and move with pace. because you know as long as that water's on the left, you're good. You know, and it's just a way of getting your head around it a little bit, and it's a good skill to do. Even like I say, even when I go to places I go all of the time, I still take this with me, and I still do it just to keep it fresh in my mind.
The Boy Scouts have a part of the orienteering merit badge. They have what's called the compass game. It actually comes as a packet. You can see the larger picture here, and it's to help teach. You know, even the Cub Scouts use it sometimes to start learning. Get the Cub Scouts to learn about compasses and stuff. But in the Boy Scouts, they use that to teach orienteering and how to use the compass, how to find things without a map, how to do it with a map, and that's adults can learn from this too, guys. You don't have to be a kid, but it works. If it works to teach a kid, it can work to teach an adult.
Yeah, absolutely. My 9-year-old is in the Cubs. My 9-year-old boy's in the Cubs just now, and he's only just now starting to be taught your basics with a map and compass, and they absorb the information far better when they're younger. And it just, it's retained in there. And he came back from the Cubs a couple of weeks ago, and he was excited to tell me about all of the things he'd learned about the compass. And he wanted to see mine so he could then start identifying what the compass, what the parts were called. And he was, that's the kind of enthusiasm you want to have, the kind of skills you want to pass on to younger children, for sure.
Yeah, but just like Grumpy Adventures was saying, a lot of the youngsters today, they're so disconnected. They watch Hollywood, they watch all movies, and you show them some of the basic stuff. I mean, it's only basic stuff, and they're like, "What is that?" And so passing it down is a great idea, guys. And if you could save some books, some examples. If we all do it, and we can leave it somewhere, or so it's so true. Maps. I pulled out my map when I was doing some driving, and someone laughed at me. Haven't you got a GPS? Haven't you got one of those car things? I was like, well, I'd like to know where I'm going for myself. I mean,
yeah. So, like you're saying though, GPS, you got it for the car. Oh, you go here, turn there, and go across this bridge here. Well, you get there. There's no bridge. There's no bridge. The little wooden bridge that was there 40 years ago fell down 35 years ago.
Yeah. I've heard stories of people that were led to rivers, just like you said. There's no bridge there.
Yeah.
Also in the UK, Alan, I don't know if you know that there's 2 Blackpools.
I didn't know that, no.
Well, I'm going to say it here. Years ago,
one is bad enough.
I went to the wrong Blackpool, and I was like, I said to my friend, "Don't worry, I'll be the navigator. We're going there." I mean, we went straight there, no problem. But when we got there, it was so dark. I was like, "Hang on, Blackpool is a amusements, lights, a beachfront. This doesn't look like the Blackpool that I know." And I said to someone, "Where's the beachfront, the Blackpool?" And he went, "This is the wrong Blackpool, mate." So much for those GPS things as well. I mean, the reason why I use a paper map is I like to sort of double check. So you've got a paper map, and like Jill said, you have to have up-to-date stuff as well, and sometimes the GPS even doesn't get updated.
Plus, I mean, GP in an SHTF situation, there are some circumstances where GPS simply won't work, because I mean, the GPS, the one that is most currently used at the moment, I believe is still technically owned, or is still fully owned by the US Navy. I think it's them that own it. They could switch that off anytime they like. I'm pretty sure it was it Bill Clinton that allowed GPS to be used by, basically civilians. Yeah, back in like 1997 or something. They can switch that off anytime they like, and it's the same with the European version of GPS. If there was a big SHTF situation, World War III or whatever, none of that stuff's going to be available for civilians. It'll all be turned off.
Yeah. So it's good to have the technology as a sort of backup bonus. You know, you've got your GPS, you've got whatever you might have. Some people might have a satellite link, but you still retain the old ways. You know, you still work off the tried and tested, and the gear. You know, obviously is something added. It's a bonus. You know, if you're going off into the wilderness and you've got one of those locator beacons, fantastic if you can afford it. But keeping hold of the old stuff is very important.
Back in the day when I started learning how to drive, you know, I had one of those Garmin dash mounted GPSs. They're like, "Oh, can I borrow?" I was like, "No." And well, what if I get lost? I said, "Well, here, let's look at something." So I pulled out a map. I said, "This is where we are." I said, what are the three major roads you see that all come together around you? They're like, I'll just pick numbers. Okay, Route 1, Route 2, and Route 3. Right. So if you don't know where you are and you didn't cross over those bridges, just go in a straight line. You're going to get to one of those roads, then you'll know where you are. And then if you get outside of that accidentally, what are the next roads? Oh, Route 80, Route 95, and Route 78. I'm like, right. So now you just keep going in another direction. You just keep going in that, follow the sun, so to speak. You're going to eventually get to a place you'll know where you are. They're like, well, what if I get beyond that? I said, well, let's see. You got Canada, Mexico, the Pacific, and the Atlantic. You're never really lost. You're never really lost. You're just temporarily misplaced.
Yes,
Period. And they live by that. They hardly ever use their GPS. They look at it and go, oh, I got to go up here, over there, up here. Right. And then they just drive. They focus on the road, not a TV screen.
Head west, and if you get wet, you've went too far.
That's right. Yeah. Say hi to your cousin out there in LA. Yeah.
And not only that, we're the type of people that followed the route on the map. So you sort of you're looking at the map as you go, and you're following your route. You say, I've just come from there. I'm going along there. This is a possible route. That's a possible route. So you know where you are, and then you kind of know where you're going. So that's very important, obviously, to know where you're going. But a lot of the youngsters, they're not used to following a route like we have. We've been on drives. I've been 7,000 miles around Argentina driving on a week camping holiday. I was just picking anywhere to camp, but we went from Buenos Aires, 7,000 kilometers around we went down to the south of Argentina and then back up to Buenos Aires. So we're following the route. I've even got the map that I had with me still. And the youngsters today, because they've never followed a route. So to them, it all seems, and I think it's also they can't be bothered. It's laziness as well.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, maps are a good prep to have as well. Maps for your area, because they don't really go out of date. I mean, maps get updated all of the time as well. And the thing about maps is, I mean, if you're looking at it from like a street atlas or a road atlas, that changes somewhat because the roads and the towns change and things. But see, actual landscapes, they don't change that much. The forests and stuff might get cut down or whatever, but for the most part, that map that I showed you earlier on that's got that lock in those mountains, if I took a look at a map that was from the 12th century of that same place, I'll still see that same lock and I'll still see those same mountains. Okay, the forest, the forest line will be different, but the mountains are the same and the lock is the same. And as long as I know where I am on the map, I can orientate myself just as well. And it's a good idea to I've got dozens of maps for most of Scotland and some parts of Europe. And it's just places I go all of the time, but I like to retain them because to me, that's kind of like, if technology disappears tomorrow, at least I know where the hell I am,
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the same with OS maps. My OS maps will cover from my location, I think it's 100 miles in diameter. And then I've got Pacific maps, OS maps, for places that I used to regularly go to, like Anglesey, down to sort of like Norfolk, Cornwall, places like that. But every year, I also buy a brand new road atlas.
Yeah, good idea.
Roads change, and the dirt cheap. I mean, I think it was from the works, and they're like what, £2 or £3, and it's just worth it. But I don't even throw the old ones away, and I just keep it. It's always in a vehicle. And saying the OS maps, if I ever go anywhere, I always take one with me.
Yeah, it's a good idea to keep the same sort of maps as well and the same sort of scale. So I like OS maps as well, but you have to decide whether you want to use 125,000 map scales or 150,000 map scales.
Yeah.
Because those are the two that people tend to use. Personally, I like the 125 scale maps, 125,000, which is 1 centimeter on a map equals 250 meters on the ground. For me, that's a nice scale for me to understand when I'm in a wilderness area. It gives
the
me
Rangers, aren't they, Alan?
Sorry?
The Ranger. I think they're the OS Ranger, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, so it gives you, if you use 125,000 scale map, it's a little bit more accurate, I find, for like hiking and things like that, and for landscapes. Whereas 150,000 scale map, the military tend to use them because you can see sort of large battlefield areas, and they have big, here's a division and here's a bunch of tanks or whatever, but it hasn't got a lot of detail. So I like to go for the 125. So all of my maps are 125 scale.
Yeah. Here in the US, we have something different. We have the USGS, the United States Geological Survey, and they have the most amazing maps of the United States. They have basically everything's blocked out in what they call quadrangles. And hang on, let me see, get this up here. And there's basically, you got the one quadrangle, or you can do quarter quadrangles, and those are more intensive. These maps are about about 2 feet wide and 3 foot long, and they have all the little lines in there are elevations and marked. You can get them colored. You can get them online. They got national ones. All the different types of maps and stuff. You can do it. And we used to use those for hunting. We would go down to the to one of the place over in Walnut Creek, California. We were going hunting, and they had all the maps for the United States there. And they had pull out a drawer. Here's your map, and roll it up gently. And we'd take those to go hunting, and we'd go out a month before we'd go hunting. All of the areas out where we want to go, up by Packer's Saddle and then down past Bassett's, and we'd find everything. And we'd look for the logging roads. And the maps are updated every 5 to 10 years. And we go out there, oh, this logging road's not on there. This is a new logging road. And we take our compass and we start marking the logging road as we went around, so we know where to go hunting, and we'll find a good area, and we know the new logging road to go up there. And other people wouldn't have that road on their map, and so we'd get up to the nice area. We'd be the only, and we would get our deer, and we're leaving, and this guy's just finally, hey, how'd you guys find this spot? Oh, we came up last month and we marked it on our maps. But they cover absolutely everything. Streams, little ponds, everything's on there. And,
it sounds very similar to the US maps we have. That shows you the contour lines with all of the different levels of elevation and things like that as well.
The one Alan was talking about, the 1-2-5 scale.
Yeah, I think the 150 scale also shows you like contour lines and things as well. Yep. It's just not as accurate as the 125 or the 125,000 scale. But like Gil's saying as well, if you can identify handrails on the maps, which are basically just sort of linear points of reference, you get natural and man-made ones. So like man-made ones would be like paths, tracks, roads, walls, fences, power lines. If you see a railway line or a power line on a map, and it's usually like a black line or something with some sort of indicator that that's what it is, that's a nice straight line for you to orientate your map towards. And if you follow that power line or that railway line, which doesn't tend to change very often, you're in the right place, you're heading in the right direction. You can do it with ridges, rivers, streams, coastlines, forest edges, but those things change a little bit, it's okay if it's a big valley or something, but even something like a river or a stream over a period of 10 years can dramatically change. So you do have to be a little bit wary about it. But
the thing is, having the elevations is that if you're just hiking along, and you don't have the map of elevations. Oh, I'm just going to go straight here, and you're walking around. You step out of the trees, and it's like, whoa, wait a minute, there's a 300-foot cliff here.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
On the elevation map, you can see. Oh, wait, that's practically straight up and down. I don't want to go there. I want to go around a different way.
That's
Yeah,
why
so
all
you
those
can-
thick lines come together. It goes from 50
Yeah.
to 700 in less than a millimeter.
Yeah. Yeah. You can actually see. I mean, once you get good at reading a map, you can see the contour lines. When they're bunched together quite tight. That's because it's quite steep, and then
Right.
you you can see the steepness of it, and you can see whether it's a convex or a concave sort of feature. You can see if it's a valley or a peak or that kind of stuff. You can actually see scree lines and everything as well, so you can see where areas that are marked off where it's so steep there's going to be rock fall there. You can identify where it's likely to have avalanches or rock fall, or you're likely to have problems, and those are areas you can then avoid. It's map reading is a skill that I believe probably everybody should at least do a little bit of, purely because it opens the world up to you in a different way. It allows you to see the landscape in a completely different way. You're not just blindly pointing in a direction and hoping you can get there. Once you truly understand the features on a map and then relay them onto the real world features on the ground, you really get a much deeper understanding as to how landscapes work themselves. I mean, I can actually look at a map and say, I don't want to camp there because it'll be bloody freezing. I can tell that there's a cold well likely to be there just based on the way that the map shows me the terrain. And I can avoid that area. And I can move to another area. And you can get really good at it.
Yeah.
Checking maps to a different use. For my location where I am, I've started collecting the old maps that have been reproduced. So this is taking back sort of like 1900, up to about 1910, and they're in pretty good detail. And I'm up to about 5-10 miles in certain directions. Others I'm waiting for, but it's looking at my area of what it was before the mass development, and the things that's on then that could be of use, like where there's
Fantastic
freshwater
idea.
springs, where they used to. I mean, we've got a lot of clay around here, but there's everything else. We're in our location, so if you was looking at rebuilding, there's lime, there is the clay, there's the sand deposits, and they're still there. And it's handy to know that, and also there is the small river it's near us. Obviously, it's been redirected a couple of times. One was due to flooding, and obviously, as housing development's taken over, they rerouted it. But if the big stuff hits the fan, because of lack of maintenance, the river will, as it starts to break down, will take its natural form. Which, if that happens, will be brilliant. Well, it won't be, but it will be brilliant for me because it'll actually bring it closer that I could actually utilize that water.
Yeah.
Good point.
One of the I'm going to shift gears on you guys here.
Yeah, no problem.
It has to do with gears, guys. One of the skills is being a mechanic. Probably one of the busiest skills in SHTF TWAC is going to be a small engine mechanic. Or knowing to build repair chainsaws, small generators and stuff like that. The motors on the generators, on the little mopeds and stuff like that. 2-stroke engines and 4-stroke and small 4-stroke engines. That is a skill that even now, as a side business, can help you earn extra money. But in SHTF and TWAC, that may make you a lot of won't be money, but it'll be a lot of bartering. You'll be very valuable and you'll be protected because, hey, this guy knows how to fix all our stuff and keep what we have running. We need to protect him. So, I mean, you like, who here knows how to work on a car engine, even a bit, going for automotive mechanic, work on a car engine and time it, and get it working again.
Yeah. I can do
I
some very
don't.
basic stuff, but I mean, the problem with modern cars is they've become so bloody technologically advanced that without a laptop and a cable, you can't really do a lot of the things you used to be able to do.
Yeah, Mark stepped away from his there he is. He's back.
No, I'm here. I picked up a giant mesquite turkey breast whole for $1.99 a pound. So I just spent the last 20 minutes re-squaring my slicer. I got a Hobart commercial slicer, but the plate was cockeyed from the blade, so my slices were coming out. There was some corrosion under there, so I just took that all apart, put it back together. Now I got my gloves on and I'm slicing turkey. So yeah, I'm just listening. Yeah. I'm just busy doing.
You definitely eat well.
as a trained mechanic, what chance do the rest of us have on fixing a modern car or pickup truck?
Yeah,
Zero.
Good luck fixing a Tesla.
You might be lucky to change your tire if you can read the directions and find that crappy ass jack they put in there now. Good luck.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I love around here the number of people that have old, 40-year-old vehicles and 50-year-old vehicles back in the 70s and 80s cars, and even a couple of them around here have 50s and 60s cars and pickups because they are
easy to fix.
Easy to fix, it's easy to operate, and you don't have a lot of crap on them.
Yeah, most of the old ones you could climb into the engine bay and stand next to the engine when you put spark plugs in it.
My 65 Dodge one-ton Power Wagon I had, I wish I never gave that sucker up. I could crawl in. It had a 318 engine in it. I could crawl into the engine compartment, and if it was raining, I could pull the hood almost all the way closed to stay dry and work on it.
Yep. Now you got to take half the engine apart just to put spark plugs in it, and maybe find the problem with your 8,000 network wires. Now instead of a spark plug, your sparks were computer. Good luck.
Yeah. Also back in the day, if there was something wrong with your car, you just pushed it and it started.
Well, depending on what was wrong with it, but yeah, if it was a stick shift, nobody knows how to drive
that was a joke. That was really a joke, but it was true. Yeah. In some cases, you just tapped it, like who remembers Fonzie?
Sure.
Fonzie. Yeah. If there was a problem with the TV, he would just go like that on the TV on the side and just tap it.
It was the jukebox, wasn't it? He used to hit the jukebox and it would just start.
Yeah.
But
yeah. The skills in fixing, because if we have like an EMP, what vehicles are going to be running? It's going to be these old ones from the 70s, early 70s back.
I think if you have the means to do so, and you're looking for something like a small generator, and you're using that as an emergency power backup source, to try and get a generator that's easily fixable and has readily available parts, and they actually have the spare parts, like in your shed or something, that you can replace them out. I've got a motorcycle that it's an adventure type motorcycle that I do some trips on and I go wild camping on and things like that. But I deliberately chose a motorcycle that isn't very technologically advanced, hasn't got a computer on it. It's very easy to fix just about everything on my bike, just with the tools that come with the bike. You can actually take the entire bike apart just with the underseat tools. And if you have a few basic things like a chain repair, some spare spark plugs, some some extra fuses and relays and things like that, you can fix just about anything on that bike on the road, which is, I take it some wild places. I go some crazy sort of like up dirt trails and I'm there for days. So if I suddenly get myself a puncture or my spark plug plays up, I can at least make that repair myself easily. There's some stuff that I wouldn't be able to do. I'm not that mechanically minded, to be honest, but it has enough basic features there that if you understand the basics of mechanics, you can at least say, okay, well, this isn't working, and you can kind of work your way back till you find the fault, and then you can make some sort of temporary repair to get yourself out of dodge, and then hopefully get somebody else to fix it that knows what they're doing. But if you've got some sort of fancy BMW GS that runs on a computer from Germany, you've got no chance at all.
Yeah. What I think is, I've seen
in 1980, it was called a Honda C90.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
remember them.
No, it's a Royal Enfield Himalayan 411 is what I currently have for anybody that's kind of interested.
Nice.
I mean, we spoke about something like this before in a kind of a way when we said it's good to have the old-fashioned tools. So, so we've said it's good to have like hand drills, just in case there's no power. So, and in this case, having engines that are simple to work on is a good thing to invest in, even though they're not modern. People might laugh and say, "Why have you got that?" But the benefits in the long run are great because you can service it, you can maintain it, you can get the parts for it, and maybe even think about having a stockpile of parts, Gil. If you like you said, if someone's a mechanic, if you've got parts, if you've got the basic parts, or could be great for bartering. Hey, I've got spark plugs that will fit your 70s vehicle.
Yeah. I mean, it's another good reason for if you have a small generator, for example, that's mechanically it's easy to mechanically repair and that's relatively cheap. Buy two, and then you can always cannibalize one to repair the other should you need.
Yeah. One of the things that's interesting, I think you all would like to see some of these videos. There's some channels out there that go to the old World War II reenactment stuff. And they'll have an old Willis Jeep there, and the five guys will stand around it. They'll set a stopwatch and they'll say, "Hey, go!" These guys totally disassemble the Jeep and have it all its parts laid out like as if it were coming out of the crate they used to drop them out of the planes with.
Yeah,
wow.
And they could just in a couple minutes, boom, 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 and it's apart. And go again, and 2 minutes later, they got it back together and they drive it off.
Yeah,
I've seen that video. It's incredible. The old World War II Jeep that they can like a big model, and they just piece it all together like a big Lego thing, and it works. And
I think they've done that with the VW as well. I think that's what the Germans had in mind when they built the VW. I've had two camper vans. I've had the Devon conversion, which has got the elevated roof, bunk beds, push out bed, and I've had a VW transporter that had a 2-liter twin carb engine in it, and I once serviced the actual carburetor myself. I'm not a mechanic, but I put it on the table. I thought, right, let me get I got the book, I got the new gaskets that you've got to put in the carb when you recondition it. Put it on the table, took it apart bit by bit, and fitted the right, cleaned it up. Put all the right new gaskets on, there's an injection thing you've got to put on it as well. I remembering back years ago. Anyway, put it on the van, bam, it started first time. And I'm not a mechanic, but because it's not so modern, it was easier.
Yeah. That was one of the things why Willis designed the Jeep the way they did, was because the number of farm boys that were in the military who worked on farm tractors, and they knew how to put this stuff together, do the engine work and everything else. There was, the number of Jeeps that broke down and were left because they broke down was zero, because they could always fix it.
Yeah. Same as the VW. You pull the engine out, it's got 4 bolts, you pull the engine out, bam. You can work on it.
Or swap it out if you need to.
Yep.
But so the skills to work on engines and older vehicles is something I think everyone should learn those skills.
If not, you don't want to focus on working on an older vehicle. How many 1972 Chevy pickup C10s you going to find laying in the woods that just need a little couple turns of a screwdriver? None.
Yeah.
You just literally need to look at basic mechanical skills. What a wrench is, how to use a wrench, make sure it's metric standard, don't strip and round your bolts off, lefty loosey, righty tighty. Really basic skills, which end of a screwdriver to use. I have that problem with my company. Some guys use the handle because they're dumb, they don't know which end of a screwdriver to use. So, but just real basic mechanical skills. I mean, we're getting deep into the weeds on working on a 1971 Chevy C10 and all that. Okay, great. Nobody's going to find one unless you want to pay stupid money for a restored one, in which case you're probably not going to take that as your bug out vehicle. You might, but where are you going to go with it? Roads are clogged. You have a vehicle that runs. Great. Now what? I can use it to charge my cell phone and maybe get the heat going, waste gas to get warm in the wintertime.
Yeah, something that's relatively common to your area at least as well. Then you can kind of cannibalize things off. But I mean, I think when it comes to motor vehicles, they are getting to a point where they're so technologically advanced that, you know, at some point I would probably just say, well, you know what, if it's an SHTF situation, I find a broken one, then it's broken. I'm not going to waste time trying to fix it. I'm just going to try and find another one that isn't broken. But I mean, if you have a generator or a motorcycle or an older vehicle, but you actually own it and you have it, then absolutely learn how to use it, how to repair it. Because you could get decades out of an old pickup truck if it's yours and you've got enough parts. And if you have the metal working skills, which we'll probably get onto, to manufacture your own parts to retrofit some of those parts, even better. You know that some of those old school farmers are up there. A lot of guys in India, this is a thing that a lot of people don't know. That see, if you travel in India, I've never traveled in India, but I know this to be true, that you can get just about any part for just about any motorcycle and probably any car, because there's so many skilled people on the streets that just know how to manufacture stuff. They'll just make it. They'll just take a sheet of metal and they're like, okay, you need this part. And you know, they're not going to a shop to find it. They'll just fabricate it themselves. Yeah, and that's a skill that's lost in places like the UK. You're never going to find a mechanic here that's going to fabricate you something. Never happen. You know?
And then these guys will sit there barefoot, and they'll have a little tree stump as their work table, and they'll have a hammer, and you know, just they'll be sitting there. They'll be sitting on the ground, and they'll just build you something.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, Gil, I wanted to ask, is there a basic mechanic book out there? When I mean basic mechanic book, that covers basically how to clean the distributor. I mean, but this is the problem. This is what we're saying, how the old cars and the new cars have changed. I mean, what I'm trying to get at, a book that just covers the basics, like Chef was saying.
The Heinz manual.
Yeah, basically the owner's manual for any vehicle is going to give you the details on tire changing. Yeah, I have books.
The basics.
I have books from the 30s. How to take your spark plugs apart and clean them. Well, they don't make them like that anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, the Model T, you could take a spark plug apart. And you could buy, here you go. You could buy just the electrode for the center, which was pennies, and slide a new electrode in it. And now your spark plug works, but they run on separate coil pack. Sure, I have lots of books on that. Are they of any value? For me, they're fun to read and reminisce, but there is no distributor on the car anymore. There's nothing. It's all these new cars, anything post 2011, they got networks running stuff. You got computers everywhere. It's ridiculous. It's dumb. You're not going to diagnose your power window and realize there's 14 wires running to it, and none of them are power and ground.
Yeah.
So that's the problem. Mechanical, just basic mechanical skills. Yeah, you can just, I mean, there are sort of books, but you're not going to learn by reading a book. You literally go get yourself a small toolkit.
Hands-on,
Go down to the secondhand store and buy a toaster for $1 or a quid. Take it home and take it apart. Learn how it works, whether it worked or not before. If it worked before, put it back together. Pray you don't blow the circuit breaker when you put it back together and plug it in.
That's why I think it's a good idea to have a small vehicle as a backup SHTF type situation. We can't all afford to go and buy an old pickup truck, you know, and run that as our family sort of vehicle. What you can afford though is probably a quad or a small motorcycle, or you know, something that you can get around and has very limited mechanical parts, or moped.
Even the new motorcycles these days have computers.
Yeah, mine has it. So there are a few that haven't.
They're insanely expensive. We saw a quad. We were going to Costco when the wife was up here around Christmas time. A quad used $16,000.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah, that's around, give or take, around 160,000 in my currency.
Yeah.
I mean, you can get. I mean, my motorcycle, for example, it's the Royal Enfield Himalayan, and I bought it brand new, 2002, and it cost me £5,000. That's a brand new motorcycle, straight out of the showroom, and it hasn't got any fancy computers or anything. That's fantastic. You can go around the whole world in it. Now, it costs £5,000 new. I don't know what that is in dollars, maybe 8 or 9 grand or something, dollars wise. But you can get that motorcycle now second hand for £2,000 or £3,000. And you can fix everything with a tiny toolkit. So it is possible to get some affordable things out there.
Oh yeah, there are. They're just hard to find right these days.
Yeah, they are hard to find.
And so whatever we got, whether it's a car, motorbike, whatever you got in the chat as well. So whatever we have, if we just get the book maybe on the vehicles that we have, there isn't a universal.
Dear love, I don't know if you're interested. I've got an old 1985. It's like a Reader's Digest. It's A4. It's about, I don't know, probably 2 inches thick. And you can pick them up from charity shops. And that covers cars of that era and earlier. How to change a distributor cap, change plugs, set points and stuff like that.
They're good if you have a car that old. That's the problem. I got Chilton manuals dating back to the 50s. I use one every now and then because a friend of mine has an older car. Very useful. It's useful if you have the older car. They're not useful. I mean, it tells you specifics about that vehicle, exactly. All your timing gaps.
You're not going to find something in the forest. It's true. But whatever vehicle we have, that sounds like a good read, Grumpy. And yes, you're right, Chef, because it's what's relevant. So there's no point me having a load of books. Hey, I've got 50 books here on, potentially we can fix 50 different cars if we find them.
And
you try and carry those books cost like 50 books.
So getting off the specifics on cars and vehicles and motorcycle, if you have something, learn how to fix it. At least do the basic repairs. Change your tire on a motorcycle. Good luck with that. But learn how to do it. A car, swap a tire with a rim. Find out what other vehicles have the same bolt pattern that'll fit yours if you can't find a spare and you need one. But that's it.
Yep.
Other than that, learn how to use basic hand tools, screwdrivers, wrenches, sockets. I mean, don't go out and buy $1,000 worth of the 900-piece toolkit from Harbor Freight. Bring it home and go, I'm set. You have no idea what half those tools are.
Yeah. Yeah. Even a bike, even a bicycle, something like if you've got
actually that I was going to say that is the probably best thing you would want to do is have a bicycle and have the wrenches you need for that bicycle, know how to take the front wheel off, know how to take the chain off, know how to put the chain back on when it comes off on you going down the road.
Know how to use a link repair for the chain.
For the chain. I mean, if you want to get that deep, sure, but learn how to take your tire, the tube inside the tire and not nick the tube with a screwdriver when you're putting it back together again.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Anyway, I mean, it's just real basic stuff. Bicycle's perfect. Thank you for bringing that up, Alan. That is actually the best thing. Don't go buy some $10,000 bicycle with all this stuff on it. You don't want to take it apart. Go get an old Schwinn or something that works. And take the tires off.
Something rock solid,
Yeah, something good, something you can just play with, take it for a ride, and it's like, oh, okay, well, it's a little wobbly. Let me tighten the collar up here on the yoke because it seems a little wobbly. Know how to take that apart, grease it, put it back together again. I mean, that's basic stuff that, yes, unfortunately for me, I grew up taking crap apart and never getting it back together again. But I learned how it worked. And now I can take stuff apart. Like I said, I just took my slicer half apart. It's a commercial slicer because it was crooked. I took it apart, cleaned it, lubed it, put it back together again. Now I'm only off by a tiny bit, which still pisses me off. But I just sliced up 8 pounds of turkey breast. I'm about to go downstairs and seal it up. But anyway, I'm going to hop off for a minute while I go seal this stuff.
Okay. I want to deviate here. So he's talking about, how to fix stuff and how to use the tools and stuff. Take that to home repair. What about do you know how to change out the light fixture? Do you know how to install a 3-way light switch or a 4-way light switch? Do you know how to change out the P trap under the sink? Do you know how to do any of that stuff? When I was a little kid, my mom got a book just to have in the house, not for me, I went and grabbed this book. Let me hang on a second here. And we have 2 copies of it. My son my youngest son has a copy of this as well. This is on Amazon. It is a complete do-it-yourself manual. And it has, you want to do wiring, you want to do plumbing, you want to put in a window, you want
Reader's Digest.
pros, you want to repair a screen, replace a pane of glass, how to, you want to add a receptacle. It tells you how to do all this stuff. And this is probably the most amazing book that you can have to teach you how to use your tools to fix things and work on it. So this is the complete do-it-yourself manual on Amazon. But then they came out with another one back up here. Is this one here? It's just how to fix the new how to fix it yourself manual. Between these 2 things, you can fix just about anything in the house. And then once you have the skills on doing stuff, it's like, oh, wait a minute, I bet I could fix that carburetor.
Yeah, Grumpy is definitely a good read. I'll definitely keep my eyes open, and I think I've had a couple of those books in the past. And like we're saying on the show tonight, build your skill bank. All knowledge is good, and all of us, none of us know everything, but some of us know some, but all of us know something.
Yeah.
And when we bring that knowledge together, one of us might say, "Oh, I've had experience with carburetors." Another one might say, "I have experience with this," and then we bring it all together. So it's all useful. Nothing is, not useful. Information is all useful. If it wasn't useful, there wouldn't be wars over it like there is today. So, having books, having sort of stuff to go to is always good. And also, like Chef and Gil were saying, hands-on experiences, you can't beat that. If you want to learn how to pick a lock, go and buy a set and mess about with it and practice lock picking.
Lock picking. So I got to throw this in lock picking. When I was about 12 years old, I learned how to take a little finishing nail, take a hammer on my dad's anvil, beat it down flat just right, and work it and stuff, and build a lock pick to pick master padlocks.
Bam. Yeah, you see,
Just as a kid fooling around and seeing a little
amazing thing about life. Yeah.
Boom.
Gil, my lock picking set is a hooligan and a set of bolt croppers.
Well, I do have the ultimate lock pick set. It's called the Victor wrench. Light it up.
Yeah.
Or use a plasma cutter.
Yeah.
But nowadays, everything's become digital now. So you turn up at a door and you need a code. But then that's why you've got pros who can get into those electric doors as well.
Well, thanks to the electric doors. Funniest thing I ever saw, though, there was an electric security door, and the only person inside had a heart attack and couldn't get out. They were able to call 911. Fire department shows up. Oh, we can't get into this door. One of the guys walked up with a big old metal cutting saw and just went down and cut the hinges. Through the door, cut the hinges on the other side. Door just fell out.
Yeah, that's how the that's how the police break doors down now in the UK. They don't use a battering ram anymore. They use a big saw, and they literally just saw a big hole in the door, because the PVC doors now, you can hit them all day with one of those battering rams and they'll just keep bouncing off.
Yeah, flexing.
They just saw them.
Yeah. So
Picking locks, it takes some time to learn.
Yeah.
To open, it takes some time to learn that, but it's a good skill. We are allowed to have lock picks here in Sweden. If the only thing you can use them for is on your own locks.
Right.
Personal use.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know what the UK rules on lock picking sets are. I think you can buy them here as well. Probably. I
Yeah.
can't imagine the tools themselves being an issue.
Yeah, here you got to be. Here you have to work for a security company or be a licensed locksmith.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to share something here since we're just about halfway through. I made this list up. I sent it off to Shadow, but you got all the different skills here, and you got sub skills on it. Food preservation, canning, dehydrating, freezing, freeze drying, jerking, salting, smoking. All skills to learn.
Yep.
Mechanics, small engine. We started to hit that. Auto
gasoline,
Steam engine.
diesel.
Steam engine, manufacture a machine manufacturing skill, how to design stuff, being a machinist, build a gasifier. That means you take wood, you turn it into gas vapor so you can run your car or pickup on it. Hydroelectric generator, steam engine power, water wheel. There's all sorts of skills.
Yeah, they used gasifier engines in the 40s.
World War II, very big here in the U.S. Wood skills. Okay, cabinet making, wood turning, woodworking, which is different than wood turning. Wood turning, you got a lathe, you can make all stuff on that. Wood working, you can make bowls, you can make chairs, stuff like that. Lumberjack and sawmilling, other skills to learn to take a tree and turn it into usable lumber.
Yeah.
Stonemason, carving the stone, knowing how to build with stone, and knowing how to seal the stone. Gardening for home gardens or large farm type gardens. Those are different skills. A rancher is different than a farmer. You can ranch cattle. You can ranch buffalo here in the U.S. Hogs, goats, sheep, alpacas. Yaks. There are a lot of skills and different things. Now that I threw all that crap out there, guys, pick something and run away.
I'll tell you another good skill. You mentioned iron, stonework, and iron. I watched this video on YouTube once. This guy built this hut, and he was building these type of cranes. I don't know, with wood, long branches, thick branches, and he was able to maneuver massive boulders. And there's also, have you seen that technique, Gil, where they can use a tree and rope to get a car out of a pit? Where they can gradually sort of
it's leverage.
Yeah, they can put the rope around the tree and get some big pieces of wood, and they put it together, and they kind of make a thing where they just keep sort of pulling, heaving, pulling, and it's pulling the car out. So knowing how to do things like that, how to maneuver big stones, how to maneuver stuff without having the machinery. I mean, often we talk about how did they build the pyramids? How did they get the stones there? Okay, we're not going to build the pyramids again, but if we had, yes, like you said, get one skill that you want to know and get on it.
I've seen the video you're talking about, actually, and the guy was using tiny little stones to maneuver gigantic boulders, because he was actually talking about how did people in the Mesolithic make those big stones, and how could they have moved such large boulders in the pyramids and stuff. Well, if you understand leverage and counterbalance and all this kind of stuff, you can actually do it with relatively minimal effort, and then you add hundreds or thousands of people as well to that equation, and there's lots of things you can do there. I think out of that list, I mean, for me, because of the area of interest I'm interested in, woodwork and stonework immediately spring to me, because those are two things that can be utilized in the wilds and the wilderness without it's a natural resource. I mean, I think we mentioned earlier before we came online where I kind of believe stonework to some extent was the first skill really that man had, the Stone Age, where he was crafting literally a rock into a spearhead, and he was using that to hunt and gather, or they maybe using it as a way of grinding down food and processing things that are otherwise unedible, you know, whether it be nuts or roots or something like that, by using a stone to process some of those undigestible foods. You can then leach out some of the tannins and things and make it more digestible. So stonework is definitely something that's a skill worthy of understanding, and flint knapping and stuff is a whole thing in itself. And woodwork can be anything. I mean, whether that's making weapons, tools, clothing, shelter, you can do a lot of things if you understand some basic woodwork.
I saw a video on stonework from some guys in Italy, and I wasn't sure what they were going to be making on it. And I watched it, and I just watched the video. They took this slab of stone that was about 2 feet thick and about 8 feet around, 8 feet square. They rounded it, and they were marking it. These guys with the chisels are just going along working on it, and they rounded up. So now they got it round. Then they started leveling it across, and they started chipping sideways across the top, got it all, and they putting levels on it and marking it and everything. And then they turned it over, and they did the other side. And then they were chipping. And basically, they made a big grain mill from like a water wheel powered mill.
Yeah.
And they were making a replacement one for a historical one that had cracked, and they made a brand new mill wheel to go in there, and it worked perfectly.
Yeah,
that's a skill that I was so friggin' impressed on that. I watched it 3 friggin' times.
Yeah, I mean,
it was an amazing video.
There's lots of places in the UK where there are millstones that are still found lying around in different places, which are basically just large quarried out stones that are circular, and some of them have like a hole in the middle, and they were used for all sorts of stuff. They were running stones, bed stones. They were used for milling things and all. There was actually an industry based around the creation of these stones. I think they're found in the Pennines and the Peak District and places like that, South Wales, Yorkshire.
Yeah, they're found down in Virginia too. There's a lot of millstone factories still there. Only 1 or 2 of them still do anything, but it's for grinding grain and corn and separating things, and mostly for grain mills, or a grist mill they'll call it.
It's interesting because a lot of these stones that are found in the UK actually predate metal. So they didn't use metal tools to create some of these stones. They were using like antler and other techniques in order to break the stones. And some of the places where they mined the stone, some of the quarries, they would use fire to split the stone. And then they would shape the stone using, I don't know how they would do it exactly, but presumably they would use harder rocks or antler or something. But they were making these incredible things.
Sorry, I'd love to see somebody use an antler to shape a stone.
Yeah, me too, especially one that big.
Good luck. Yeah.
Yeah. But hey, if you've got enough time and enough manpower, then
and enough antlers, because you're going to wear them out so fast because you got stone against bone.
Yeah.
So these 2 videos here are on a channel called Earth Uncovered, and they're making stones on it. There's some other ones that are making it smaller versions and stuff, which is something that we might be interested in doing if we need no power. We need to grind our wheat.
Yeah, I was just about to say that, Gil. I was just about to say the other day I saw a video and they showed a mini stone also, the video was talking about how wheat is a fantastic thing to prep, and then and then I was watching how I was thinking, well, how are you going to make that into flour? So he had a tabletop little stones, a couple of stones, grinder,
Yeah, so all you need to do is type into Google in the search bar, making a millstone by hand, and you're going to get these. And
just do like they did in South America forever, where they just put the grain into a big stone bowl that's been worn into a bowl shape with another piece of stone. That's your stone ground corn. And it will, grandma will sit there for days on end, just grinding up corn into powder, making it into masa, so they can make their
life is not rocket science. Just get a couple of stones and grind up some wheat. Wow, look at that. I mean, it makes the technology look stupid, really.
Yeah.
I mean, there are actually some natural places you can find these things as well. So if you go to a lot of riverbeds, especially not too far where I live, you'll get a small hard stone in a riverbed, and what it'll do is it'll be in like a divot under the water, and then over time it just circles around and it actually creates like a bowl, a natural bowl.
Yeah, you find those all over New Hampshire in the rivers. Yep.
Yeah, it sort of ground itself out. And then once the river changes course, you're left with this perfect circular stone area. And back in the day, sort of the Mesolithic time in the UK, people would make use of that rather than having to carve their own bowl. Would they just go down to the river and they already have an area where they can just get a big round rock, and there's your place to do your grinding right there.
And
But
then during the next flood, it washes itself out for you.
yeah. But I know in the United States, there's places where there are like large flat rocks, like in the desert or in the flat plains, and they have these holes in them which are clearly made by people, where they work in one area, it gets to a certain depth, and then they move to the next area, and they just keep on going, and then you have all these holes all over the place, and that's people over huge periods of time, working that in that area. Probably women, actually.
I'd be if I had that, if the grid was down and it was like 10 years post, I'm looking to make bread. There's a lot of labor involved to make one loaf of bread and the amount of wheat you need and stuff like that. So you better have a huge community going where that's when that would start. Or you just found a bunch of, you grew a bunch of corn, let it dry, and then you can do it yourself with like a mortar pestle, and do it yourself, make enough for, your tortillas, whatever you're making, and eat it, instead of trying to reinvent the wheel. Like, I'm going to find this big stone and I'm going to grind wheat for 1,000 people. What 1,000 people? How much time you got on your hands? Really? Okay, go for it, dude.
Well, I mean, either way, it's still good to have the knowledge, because either way, you might find yourself in a small community, you might find yourself in a big community. So you might feed a few, or you might need to feed a few. You're
going to utilize whatever's around you. You're not going to if I'm stuck in the city and a new community's in the city, I'm not going to try to make a water wheel to power a stone grist mill to grind wheat that we don't have anywhere near us. So you got to pick your battles there.
Yeah.
Mortar and pestle. I'm glad you said. I could not remember what that was called. I had to I was like the natural bowl where you get a rock out, but I knew it had a name. I've got one in my kitchen. I can't even remember what it was called.
I got three of them. I got a little small one for doing little bits of herbs. I got a medium-sized one, which gets used the most. And then I got a big one if I really want to do ground corn, which I did one time in college. I'll never do it again. You spend 3 hours trying to grind up a half a cup of corn, into cornmeal. Okay, now what? Great, you just made 2 tortillas. All right, you just spent 12,000 calories creating 200 calories. Yeah. Good time.
Yeah. That's where you have the why so many flour mills and grain mills were near a stream.
Well, yeah, they had the water wheel. Yeah, and the belt.
Water wheel. And so the water wheel do the work. The other ones where they don't have the water wheel, what do? They got an animal out there with a
walking around in circles. Yeah, Walter.
Walking around in circles and just taking it down.
Now, in case anybody doesn't know, the way a wheat grinder, a grist mill works with the big stones is, the mill stones is there's a big hole in the center, but the shaft that goes through it is not as big as that. So as the top stone turns, the bottom stone doesn't. They carve grooves into the stone that gets smaller towards the outside. And as they pour the corn into the middle, or the wheat, by the time it comes out all around the edges, it's a powder. And that's your stone ground wheat, your stone ground. Yeah, it's made with, they use stones to do it. But that's how it works. And they wear out. And that was a skill to re-groove a millstone, because it wears the stone on stone wears the grooves out over time. It doesn't stay forever. And then you got to work. You had trades that knew how to regrind or re-chisel out the grooves, so you got the certain type of powder out the far end.
Yeah.
So
one of those videos when I was showing that on making it, had one of the videos was redressing a stone.
A millstone.
They were taking one that was wearing out and redoing, getting ready, redoing it. So
using 6 horses and winches to lift it up and flip it over so they could re-chisel it, and then 6 horses and 10 people to put back in place again, so you can grind the wheat for your family of 3.
no, you'd be for the family of 300. The family's numbering in 300 for the whole village,
right?
Which is why the person running the mill got eggs in exchange, got meat in exchange, got
he got the grain
barter system.
Yeah.
The thing is about using a mill for things like wheat and things like that. That's something that came very much after the fact of when these things were first invented, because that's relying on a crop that relies on modern farming or farming in general.
Right,
back in
the day when that started coming around, that's what they did. They grew an acre of wheat, but the neighbor didn't grow wheat. I grew the wheat, and most of them had hand grind mills, small ones. Yeah. And then they realized they could do more and sell more, so they just got bigger and bigger. Somebody just figured if I grind 2 stones together, I can grind my wheat up. And it's like, well, wait a minute. What if I put some grooves in it and spin it around? I mean, this is all over the time of inventions and stuff and constantly upgrading. We just know about all of it now, but I'm not going to run out and get a 2-ton stone and make a millstone out of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you look into sort of deep history, I suspect that the smaller millstones or the smaller, pestles and mortar, they were used to liberate things from things like nuts and roots that were inedible. Right. So things like acorns, for example, you can't really eat a raw acorn. You have to sort of grind it down and then leach out the tannins and things like that, or beech nuts. There's lots of beech nuts in the UK, but they need to be processed and ground down, or roots. So you've got things like dandelion and burdock, dandelion roots. There's one called, I think it's called Lords and Ladies, which is a root that is highly toxic. It's incredibly toxic, but has a lot of nutrition in it. But in order to liberate the nutrition from it to make it edible, you have to sort of paste it down and grind it all the way down and then wash it out and remove it and, constantly dip it in and out of water and all this kind of stuff. And then eventually you get something that's highly nutritious and was available in somewhere like the UK year round. It wasn't just a crop that grew in the spring and the summer. This is something that you could dig up in the wintertime, and then with a fairly small amount of effort of pasting it up in a sort of with a rock, and then liberating some of the those toxins, you had something that would last a long time. And there's definitely we're talking tens of thousands of years ago here. People were doing this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Getting the regular topic at hand. Understanding the mechanics of how things like that work is a huge help to the mind. You're not going to make one of those, but you may need to do something similar on your own. And okay, I watched the video of this giant millstone making wheat. Well, wait a minute, I'm near a river. There's 2 flat pieces of shale that aren't brittle, and I just need to grind up these nuts I found out of the tree and roasted them by the fire. I just need to crack them open, get the nuts out. Maybe I can powder it and add it to something I'm cooking. So, but understanding skills behind it and the mechanical aspects of it, that's huge. Because then you can do lots of stuff with that one small piece of knowledge that you learned about a millstone. Well, if you have a creative mind and you need something later on, it's like, oh crap, I can make something like that. It may be trial and error, but at least you have the knowledge and understanding of how to do it. I'm not going to go kill a deer and use its antler to try to carve the things in there. I'll be there for 6 years. But a harder stone, stuff like that. Geology is great. I mean, just so many things you can do with basic skills. That's what it all boils down to.
Yeah. We could also use, if we're in that sort of situation, we can also use what we've already got lying around, can't we? We can utilize that to make grindstones and stuff.
Whatever, repurposing is its own skill. Yeah.
Well, I mean that's the thing. Even in an absolute apocalyptic SHTF situation, we're not really going to have to go out there finding our own millstones to carve out of deer antler. There will be something left, and the ruined cities and stuff, Mad Max style, that you can use at least for your lifetime. But you still have to understand the principle of what it is. What's the tool that you're trying to get here? So there would definitely be a lot of stuff.
I think what ties in what you and Mark are saying is, you need to have a fundamental grasp of mechanical engineering to be able to look at this. Oh, I can take that and I can turn it into this. I can downsize something, or I can upsize something.
It's kind of the whole subject.
I can find something that is an industrial, from a restaurant, an industrial grinder, or whatever, and I can take it and I can take the unit and take the electrical motor off of it and figure out some way. Oh, I can design this with some of these chains I found and hook it up to a bicycle, and you make it pedal power.
Well, this kind of brings us full circle to the whole subject here. Is it's about the skill overriding the tool. So if you've got the skill, then you understand that you can make you know what kind of tool you need based on the skill that you have, and you can then retrofit other things to make the tool based on. I got
grandkids coming in.
You can't really do it the other way.
Okay. Another skill I was thinking about was pottery.
Yeah.
That is something we don't talk about that much or at all, actually.
Hey,
and
Bob.
then, hey, Bob.
Hi, Bob.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, guys.
I mean, the thing with pottery as well, I mean, pottery is one of the, you dig just about anywhere in the UK, you're going to find some pottery, probably from Romans or something like that, because it was such a common thing. But a container is actually quite a difficult thing to recreate in nature. You don't just readily come across containers. Now, you can make them yourself out of things like birch bark, and you can make little pots and things like that out of clay that you find, but it is actually kind of a difficult thing to have, to find. That's why if you're going into a wilderness scenario, it's better to take a container with you. Take your own container, because you're not going to find one easily. But if you understand pottery, and you come across areas like a riverbank that's heavy in clay, and you practice digging that clay out, forming it into some sort of basic bowl, and then learn how to fire it properly, you might make 20 bowls out of clay that you find in a riverbank, build a fire around them, try and fire them, and out of the 20, maybe 2 of them actually, stay together, and the rest of them crack and break. But those 2 bowls that you then have are incredibly useful, and you can use them for all sorts of things, not just holding water, but there's a myriad of things that a container is useful for, and also for even just preserving things and protecting things. So pottery is definitely a skill that's worth learning. Probably not to the scale where you're sitting there on the wheel, sort of ghost style, with the hands and all that kind of stuff, and you're making some big vase. But if you can make bowls, little bowls and cups and vases based on clay that you find on the riverbank, and you know how to fire it, that's a fantastic skill to have.
You need to have a basic understanding of geology too, because certain clays you don't want to make into bowls, because they contain toxins will leach out. Because if you're on your own and you found clay, that's great. You might be making some bricks and stuff. You might make a bowl, but you got to know what the clay is made out of, because you don't have a glaze to put over that to protect you from the toxins in the clay.
Yeah.
So that's just a minor thing on that. Sure, make a bowl. If you're just going to move water around, sure, I guess. But just know what kind of clay you're dealing with and what toxins may be in there, like lead and stuff like that. You just don't want in your body.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's to be honest, it's not something I've ever even tried before. So everything I just said there is purely just, book knowledge. There's no practical knowledge, no practical skills. But I think it's definitely something I might investigate in the future and look into, because I do think that's quite a good skill to have.
Definitely. I know the clay I mentioned earlier on, there's a lot of clay around here, but that's main source was to provide bricks, not for obviously pottery, cups, saucers, bowls and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, I suspect that some of the bad clay that sort of Mark is talking about, you could probably still use that for doing something like putting together a fireplace, or sealing up a wall or something. Something that you're not putting foodstuffs in it, so it's still useful to know that that's a resource material that you can use.
Perhaps making a bread oven.
Yeah.
You know, fried bread oven.
Yeah.
Clay oven.
Okay.
Pizza,
What Bob
pizza
was
oven in
doing
the
there-
apocalypse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What Bob was doing there made me think of something else. Mortar and pestle. Let's see, I got sulfur over here. I got some saltpeter over there. I got charcoal over
Gunpowder.
here. Yep.
Yeah.
And so,
Well,
black powder is, been around for centuries.
Yeah, if you've got the ingredients sort of handy and you can put it together, then it's definitely worth having, because people, when they think of black powder, they just immediately think of explosives, but it's actually a lot more than that. You can use it for using it as a type of early warning system. You can use it as a deterrent. It can be used. Actually, somebody told me it could be used to season meat one time. I'm not entirely sure if that's true. That might be gunpowder. I wouldn't want to try that, but somebody told me that one time. That it can be used as a type of preservative and a seasoning.
Let's see. Well, you got the sulfur. It can be used as a preservative. The charcoal, saltpeter, probably.
Oh, come on! Just watch that Star Trek episode where he's stranded on a planet with some Godzilla-looking thing where he makes a cannon out of all the stuff laying on the ground. Yeah. That's it. Come on.
Yeah.
Hey, I've seen MacGyver build things out of a paperclip before that can kill a man, so that can be done.
Don't forget, he also had to have the little thing of dental floss and some chewing gum.
Yeah, and then 2 hours later, he's got a speedboat.
He took a motor completely apart and welded the piston with a nickel and jumper cables.
That was the A-team. That was the A-team.
Or whatever, and then rebuilt the motor and was driving it down the road. Yeah, okay, right. Yeah, where's your torque wrench, buddy? Not happening.
We haven't talking about skills. What are you guys like at fishing?
I can fish a little bit. Not that great, to be honest, but I can fish.
Shadow?
Yeah, I'm fishing.
Have you caught any whales lately? Have you caught any whales lately, Shadow?
No whales.
I mean, there was a time in Sweden where the whole village would go out and get a whale.
Was that not the Faroe Islands and Iceland and places like that, where they still
That'd
do
be
that?
interesting.
They still do that in some places.
Wow. But it'd be interesting to know, all of us in our different locations around the world, like be it Scotland, Sweden, USA, wherever we might be, if we sort of trace back history, what we used to do as a village together, like people used to go fishing together, they used to do farming together, they used to do building, help each other build a house together. It'd be interesting to know, like, what our history was of what we were. Were we fishermen? Were you guys, farmers? What, Mark, was you like farmers, agriculture? Fishermen, sort of what you were saying, Alan, as well. Still do it today. They go and fish together. Well, I mean, they do some horrific fishing in Japan with the flipping dolphins.
And stuff. Yeah.
Terrible.
Yeah, well, that's not what I'm worried about in skills, is what the Japanese are doing.
No, but we're talking about, yeah. So stay on the same subject that we're talking about then, which is
basic fishing skills, hook, stuff like that. If you don't live near a place where there's fish, you may want to focus on something else, like like harvesting, wild animals or small game or something. Yeah.
This is my fishing vest I've had since I was in Boy Scouts.
Still got the tag on it.
Yeah, still got my California fishing license with about 12 years worth of fishing licenses in here.
I thought that was a tag from the store. Sorry.
Yeah, I've got the same jacket in black.
I got my buck fillet knife.
Yeah.
And then I got one packet out here. Where is it here?
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah, here it is. So many pockets on it. Gee, I just got a few lures in here from fishing, and where I used to fish was on the North Fork of the Stanislaus River up there, German brown and rainbow trouts.
Very cool,
the one thing we had to worry about up there, here it is, was we had to have, get out of there. we had to have our snake bite kit because there were rattlesnakes up there. But yeah, I got compasses in here. I got sharpening stones. I got extra
Definitely good to have.
line and everything else.
It's definitely good to have a fishing kit. And
Yeah.
wherever you are, you might be closer to rivers, so you'll have a river fishing kit set up. You might be close to the sea, so you'll have a sea fishing kit. Yeah.
I gotta go give my grandson a hot pocket. I'll be back.
Okay, no problem.
There's a few sort of really basic fishing things if you learn how to do, it can go a long way. The first one is to learn how to make bank line. So something just as simple as having a coil of bank line. You can get this in different gauges. You can set up a lot of fish traps all the way along an embankment, or small traps in sort of coastal areas where you can catch quite a lot of fish easily this way. Another thing you can do is have something in your personal kit, something like I've got this K-bar caster, which is, some people in the US call these hobo fishing reels. Basically, it's just line wrapped around. You can use a tin can to do this, but this one made K-bar has a lot of fishing tackle inside the handle, and you can catch trout and small lures and stuff in there and do some coastal fishing and stuff like that. But I mean, one other basic thing you could do for very little money at all, you can get something like this. This is just a very basic fly rod kit, which has a basic fly rod, a small reel, and some tackle and some flies. It's very easy to put together, very cheap and affordable, and it's quite easy to learn how to fly fish. And you can pick up a few of these and just add them to your preps. But if you were in some sort of long-term survival situation, one thing that's a really good thing to have are gill nets. Gill nets, long nets that fish swim into, and then their gills get trapped and you catch a lot of them. And the best way to deploy them is on tidal areas. So you go to a tidal zone near the coast and you string this gill net up at low tide, and then the tide comes in, the fish swim through, and it's a very good way of catching them, especially at the mouth of like rivers and things like that. And you can also learn how to make or buy a needle, which is I can't remember what they're exactly called, but it's basically a tool, a sort of triangular shaped tool that allows you to make a gill net. You can make them and repair them very easily just with netting and line, fishing line, things like that. You can make your own, and you can catch a lot of food that way. It's far easier, I've said this many times, it's far easier to survive on the coast than it is inland in most places in the world. That's why human beings historically followed coastlines and live near coastlines, because it's far easier to live off the land. And
next to rivers, next to coastlines.
Yes, rivers also. Yeah, coastal rivers. Yeah.
A good thing. That's actually a good thing, because alternatives. Okay, wow, we've got I lost my fishing kit. I lost my rod. I lost all my fishing gear. What am I going to do now? So knowing about alternatives, like how to trap fish. This is little method here I was going to show. You can just get one of these hawthorn bushes, and they've got these.
There you go.
You've got
there's a hook.
Hooks on there. So what you can do is you can cut it. If I can find it here, you cut it and you fashion your own little hook. So
yeah, I'm familiar with that method.
These are good skills to know, and how the one thing I'm sort of getting my head into is getting natural cordage, which is a bit more difficult. Maybe you guys have got ideas. Anyone? I know spruce, but I know nettles. You can make cordage with nettles. But if you were trying to make a fishing line, any ideas, guys?
Well, linen was made from flax stalks, from flax. So you can make threads and stuff, and make the thicker and heavier duty. You can make the thread used for that.
Yeah, I mean, you can use widdies as well, which is, rather than thinking about making a large line all you need to do is make a very small line out of something like nettles or something like that. But then a widdy is basically just the bark from like a willow tree that's wound, and it becomes quite a strong cordage. You could use it like rope to tie shelters together and stuff. But that becomes like the main line, and then you tie the thinner line on at the end, which then becomes your fishing line. Kind of like what would you call that in fishing? I'm not a big fisherman, but sometimes I go pike fishing, and we have like a wire trace at the end of the line, which is basically just to prevent
using
the
a
fish from
steel.
biting
They
through
call
it.
it a leader, steel leader.
Yeah.
So the fish can't bite through it. It's stronger, so the fish can't bite through. But you don't need 1,000-pound test line for the rest of your fishing line. You just need something that's going to pull it back in, not break.
Yeah, so same principle. If you were making line for the purpose of fishing, rather than going to the extraordinary effort of making lots and lots of line, just make small amounts of line, but then attach that to something that you can readily sort of deploy easier. Which is why bank line and gill nets are very good, I think.
Here's something for you: the silk from the golden silk orb weaver spider is what they use. They use those it's a really strong web. They use those for fishing lines.
So how do you hold the spider and squeeze the stuff
Cast
out of
it
it and make a 50-foot long line? Sorry.
That's
Yeah,
where
maybe
they
that's.
take
Yeah, I don't
the
think I'm gonna be
web,
looking
they
for a
go-
spider when I'm hungry.
They take the web apart and do the webs. The big thing of web. They'll start taking it off undo the thing to get the web for it. But that's one thing. But the other thing is, why do you have to have a fishing line to fish? A simple spear with a prong fork on it.
Okay, another way.
Yeah.
A bow, an arrow. You can do it. Just a regular spear. And then, of
But
course,
that takes a lot of practice.
the sofa survivalist favorite is that stick of dynamite.
Yeah, buddy.
They all
Well,
float.
we are talking about alternatives, to fishing lines, and and we're saying, how to get flour from wheat. So what other thing can we think about?
Yeah.
Where we
You
have
can-
to use
traps.
alternatives.
I don't think I
And
wanna
varied
learn-
fish traps are quite good as well.
Yeah, I don't want. Yeah, like a weir style where they go in, they kind of get lost and get stuck in an area they can't get back out.
Yeah, like a
They
bottle
use-
that you cut in half and you reverse it, and then it can
Right,
swim
exactly.
through, but it can't get back out because
I think
And that's a skill to know.
PV done a video on that where he built this trap in the river. He got all these stones, and he directed the fish into one little place, and he had them trapped. It was amazing.
Yeah, they just take. I've seen where they've taken just the sticks and start sticking sticks down in it, close together where the water will flow through, and they lead it out and make a big crescent moon type shape, and they just get the fish in there, and then they just stand there and just start stabbing fish.
Yeah. Do you know there are actually some places in Scotland where you can stand on a bridge at some times of the year and look down, and you can actually see large salmon kind of just sort of sitting there.
It's like in Alaska. Yeah.
Yeah, they just sit there. And I mean, back in the day, it would be illegal to do this now, but you can literally just get a big brick and hit the water, hit it as hard as possible, and shock the thing, and then try and get it that way. But
Crack them in the head and just pick them up. Yeah.
You guys are making me laugh, man, because I'm picturing us lot in the SHTF situation, and we're all like, no, we can catch fish like this, we can do this like that, we can get. It's almost like we'll be playing in the new sort of the play area. Everything's gone to the dogs. The whole world's gone crazy, and we're thinking of methods of how to fix things. That's if you can't get more positive than that. Well done, guys.
Well, when I get in my whatever you call those groups of people after a event, it's like, I'm gonna be standing up on the podium going, all right, who knows how to milk a orb weaver spider? We need fishing line.
All right, here's one for you. It's from an old Western called "My Name Is Nobody," with Henry Fonda and Terrence Hill. Terrence Hill is standing in the river. He catches the fly, stuns the fly, pulls the hair, wraps a hair around it so it can't fly away, puts it on the water, picks up a log and he's a stick, and he's sitting there waiting, and he's waiting. Fly starts going. All of a sudden, a fish comes up to grab it, bump, and he pulls out a big old fish.
Yeah,
I've actually seen someone do that.
you know, you can tickle the fish as well.
You've
You know,
heard
hey, that's a well-known technique.
We've
That,
done
you know,
tickling.
Yeah.
you can do a lot.
Yeah.
I've never
They call it
tried it.
noodling.
I've never tried it, but I do know it
I've
works. And there are some places in the world, in the US, for example, you get these giant catfish, and you get it like grabs your arm. You just pull the bloody thing right out.
Exactly. It's mud fishing. They get down there in the mud and bring their hand back out of the mud with it and grab it, and then you just grab hold of the inside and you pull it right back out.
Yeah, I think I mean as we're talking about skills, and we're talking about fishing skills. I think a hobo fishing reel is probably the simplest and easiest thing to learn how to use. And like I say, you use one like this. You can buy these and then make your own tackle and your own line and stuff. Really easy. I've actually caught trout with this, and it's very easy to do. It's actually quite fun. You know, it takes no skill at all, really, other than learning how to tie a hook. Which, by the way, if you're talking about learning how to fish as a skill, learn how to tie a bloody hook properly. Because if you don't do that properly, then you doesn't matter how many fish are there, you're going to lose every single one of them, and the hooks will soon run out. So make sure you know what you're doing when it comes to that.
I had a cousin once in Greece, and he said, "Yeah, guys, I'm cooking dinner tonight. Come round for dinner tonight. I'll have everything ready. Just bring yourselves. You don't need to bring anything." And he said, "We're going to have octopus." So I'm out in the daytime going to the beach swimming, and I see him at the side on the beach, and he's got these octopuses, and he's whacking the hell out of them on a rock. And I've gone for ages, like to go swimming, and I'm coming back home to get changed, and he's still there smashing this octopus on a rock, trying to get the ink out of it. Has anybody ever tried to clean an octopus?
No.
Never tried to clean an octopus. Apparently, there's actually
I can
a
say
large
I have,
population
but I
of
didn't
octopus.
smash it with a rock to get it off the beach.
Yeah. It's a bit cruel, actually, because octopus are very intelligent animals. But
it was for me. It was a surreal experience. I mean, I was a young teenager. What do I know about octopus? I mean, I know calamari is nice, and but yeah, I'm on holiday. You know, I've done a bit of fishing with my uncle and cousin, but this guy was. I've never seen. I've never seen octopus whole like I have, like I did then. And I didn't know the process, but like Mark might be able to tell us what the process is.
Yeah,
it's not easy. I could try to explain it by talking about it, but unless I have one in my hand and you're standing there, it's not worth bothering. I mean, you want to make it really simple. If you're starving to death and the only thing around is an octopus, don't worry about the head, the ink, and all that stuff. Just cut the arms off, soak them in water, boil them, whatever, slice them up thin because they're tougher than Jesus when you try to eat them right away. Yeah. But they got protein in it, and so you'll be good.
So the thing is, we're talking about skills about making fishing lines. All right, it's not SHTF yet. Buy yourself a bunch of spools of fishing line and a bunch of hooks and stuff, and put them in your supplies.
Exactly. Yeah.
Maybe get a couple of those the K-Tel fishing master that folds up into a little itty bitty thing, folds out and extends out. You get a couple of those. And you're good.
That's what I've got. That's what I've got.
They're nice. They're good and cheap. You can buy a bunch of these for almost no money. It has the complete set of everything. This is a fly reel one. You know, you add these to your supplies. I would say though, I mean, the thing with, I mean, I do a little bit of fishing, but even if you've got something like a caster like this and you put your own line on it, bear in mind that if you just put this together and then put it in a drawer somewhere and leave it for the next 25 years, the line does degrade over a period of time, especially if you take it out and get it wet. So make sure you at least change the line every few years or so, you know?
Yeah, that's my fishing kit in a bag with a carabiner on it. And above there is the fishing rod. Everything's set up and ready to go.
Can't see you, Bob.
Your camera's too high. Camera's too high.
Camera's too high?
Yeah, I'm just looking at it.
Well, I'm pointing at it right there.
Oh, you're pointing. Oh, yeah. Oh, I see.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pointing at it. Right.
All right.
Okay. There's the bag with a reel and line and hooks and all that. and then above that is the fishing rod. It's still in its container.
Yeah.
So I'm ready to go.
Yeah, do like I literally saw some short video popped on my YouTube feed, and I watched. It was like 10 seconds. The guy had a wrist rocket slingshot, a small weight with a hook on it with a worm or something, and he had a fishing reel, a regular end, not a open face, but a regular reel, just sort of taped on his wrist, and he shot his lure or whatever way out there, and then it's on your wrist. You just reel it in. You don't have a pole to go with it, but yeah, you can just carry a fishing reel, a slingshot, and just make sure when you release it, your worm doesn't go flying one way when your hook goes the other.
Yeah.
I got these two, like you said, just get a load of fishing line.
Yeah.
I put this is just like extra on top of my fishing kit. I got my fishing kit, but like Alan was saying, you could have a very basic thing. In Greece, when we did go fishing, which I just had literally a block of wood, which was about an inch thick, but say maybe sort of 7 inches by 5 inches, load of line wrapped around it, and literally like 9 hooks, but strategically placed around the board. And then for bait, we used feathers because it was fishing in the sea.
Yeah.
And on my first attempt, on 10, I had 10 hooks on my line. I caught 9 fish.
This way.
On my first attempt, I caught 9 fish. My uncle and my cousin's line, they had up to 40 hooks on theirs. So they were catching 20, 30 fish a time. It was amazing. The first time I went fishing.
There's a place. There's a place not too far from where I live, which has got a long pier, a long coastal pier that goes into a salt water, a sea lock basically, and you can do some jigging just with feathers, and you'll catch a lot of mackerel, like 9-10 fish at a time. It's good fun. It's very easy to do. You see lots of kids up there, jigging away, and they're pulling out hundreds of bloody fish, more fish than they know what to do with. But it's a very easy, simple way of gathering a lot of food quickly.
Make sure your wife has got tapeworms, so you've always got bait on hand.
Oh, that's disgusting.
I'll go now. Yeah.
Speaking of fly fishing, guys, that is one thing we didn't mention.
That's the
Learn to tie your own flies.
Well, hell, before that, learn how to fly fish, because fly fishing itself, I've tried. I can do it. Not my favorite, and I have whipped the feathers off of so many flies in my time. It goes back and it looks pretty, and when you go forward, you whipped it too hard, and you just see this little poof of feathers behind you, and you're throwing a hook out into the water. Yeah,
or you get
your
fly hung
right
up
there.
in the trees. Get your fly hung up in the trees when I'm river fishing.
Oh my God, yeah. Yep.
My dad
caught in your eye.
Fish. Yeah. He taught me how to fly fish and how to tie my own flies.
Just regular fishing, you get hung up in the trees if you're out fishing in a stream. My brother was fishing up down by Scout Camp in North Fork, the Stanislaus, and he went back and he didn't realize that what had gone back had hooked on the manzanita bush behind him, and he went and it popped loose and it nailed him in the back of the neck head here, and hooked into him.
Nice.
So he had one of the 3 hooks buried into his skin here, and he was like, I got one of the guys there, gave him his multi-tool, and he goes, pull it, but he's pulling it, and he pops it out, straightens the hook out. There's still meat hanging on the hook from his neck. Bends it back in, throws it out there, catches an 18-inch German brown.
With human flesh.
Those German browns were out to get me for eating so many of them.
Nice. Yeah, there's a skill you need. Know where people fish all the time, and just get a long piece of wood with a hook on it and pull the branches down. You got all kinds of lures and lines and things just hanging in trees.
That's right.
Okay, bam. That's a good one. That might lead us on to another little skill, our first aid skill. If you've got a hook in your hand, and it's got a barb on it, how do you take that off?
Snip
very carefully.
Yeah, snip it and pull it through.
But yeah.
Someone's just fallen in the river, or he's blue. You pulled him out. What do you do?
If he hasn't got the fish, push him back in.
Are you wait, Daryl, are you looking for cooking instructions?
That's what I was thinking. Cooking
I was
instructions.
going to say, I was trying to get onto sort of first aid, like, you know, and I was thinking if someone was, you know, you pulled someone out of the river and he's tried to catch a fish his own way, but he didn't get it and he's half drowning now. I mean, has anybody ever done what's it called when someone's drowning?
Yeah, CPR. We talked about that earlier for like 20 minutes.
That was
CPR life
I
saving,
missed that. Okay, all right.
That was at the very beginning.
Okay,
I would
well,
just pick his
we'll skip
pockets. If he's
Yeah.
dead, pick his pockets, take his gear. I mean,
Wow.
just honestly, you know, take his gear. He can't use it anymore if he's dead.
Yeah.
You know?
Leave him in the
And
river
if Steve's,
let
if
the
Horsehair
fish feed off him.
Trainers is around, trade him. If Horsehair Trainer, he'll use him as long pork.
Wow. Yeah.
What about-
Oh, if I'm hungry,
I'm just trying to
yeah,
remember.
I would.
I'll remember in the future which groups I'd like to be in. I've got to watch out.
If you're still kicking, we'll pull you out, dear love. If you're not kicking, we won't.
Yeah.
What about eels?
I'll
and
put
crayfish,
little
guys?
notes in my pocket. I'll put little notes in my pockets just in case. So if you pull out a note, I knew you were going to do that, you basket, so I hid my money somewhere else.
Money's no good, mate. Money's no good.
Yeah, I'll put a little map on it and say, look, I drew a little map to show where my stuff is, okay?
Now you're talking preps wise. Money, forget it.
So first aid skills is good, fishing skills is good.
Yeah.
You know,
Anybody fish for eels or crayfish?
eels, no, never done, no.
No,
Crayfish, yeah.
that's outside my palate.
I have fished. I have done lobster and crab potting. I've done that by hand as well. That's something that we do up this way. Very easy to do. You know, with a couple of lobster pots, you'll actually catch a lot of crabs and the occasional lobster, and it's very easy to set them by hand, even at low tide, or just swim out into sort of shallow areas and place them that way. And you'll catch a lot of food that way. And if there's octopus and stuff in your area, which there is actually a bit of an octopus boom apparently just now in the UK, which happens every now and again. Octopus will feed off things like crabs and lobsters. They'll go into the pots and they'll actually decimate them. But you know, you might find yourself an octopus in there if you were doing that as well. You can make your own lobster
They're
pots.
smart. They'll get out of that trap really quick if it starts moving.
Oh yeah. I mean, the crabs are stupid. They'll pack that pot full. I've actually put lobster pots in before that are so full of crabs they couldn't get in. They packed it so full that, you know, they couldn't get any more in there.
Yeah, down in Florida when they have because they got the rock lobsters down there, and there's a season, and they come in. They're in the jetties and the rocks and all that stuff where you can stand on a jetty and look down into the water. You could see them cruising around down there, walking around. And I did it. Wasn't supposed to. I didn't keep it, but I just put a clam or something, a piece of fish on the end of a regular hook, and just dropped it straight down and just dangled it in front of a lobster. He grabbed it and kind of stuck in his mouth, and I just reeled him in. Of course, I would have gotten arrested for it because it wasn't lobster season. So I just unhooked him real quick and tossed him back in the water before anybody saw me, because I'd have gotten big trouble for that.
Yeah.
That's pretty much how we caught crayfish in freshwater streams when I was a kid. Put the lead sinkers on it, sink it down to the bottom with a live earthworm on it, and just let it sit. And those crayfish will come up and start eating it, and just really slowly pull it up. And those suckers are greedy, man. Once they get some food in their mouth, they won't let go of that hook and that worm, and they'll hold on to it. Like, okay, that's how we used to catch crayfish in streams when I was growing up. Delicious, by the way.
I've caught crabs.
Delicious.
I've caught a crab before on a hook that had no bait. You know, the crab just grabbed on to shiny hook and held on all the way up until I pulled it out of the water. You know, they're quite aggressive animals, and then they're quite easy to catch that way. I think another thing you can do as well is sort of spear fishing is quite easy. I've done a little bit of it, and all you need is basically just snorkeling with a spear gun, which is you know, they're incredibly cheap. It's just a spear on a big elastic band, and you kind of get used to holding your breath, and you'll see the fish go in front of you, And eventually you can get quite good at sort of not making much of a movement and allowing the fish to pass in front of you, and then you just shoot it.
Yeah.
And you can catch quite a few fish that way as well. Plus you can swim down with a torch and catch lobsters and crevices and stuff and the shallow rocky areas around most coastlines.
I hear they make a special shampoo if you catch crabs. Oh wait, different kind of crabs.
Yeah. What Diggs just put out there about crawdads, even in the little creeks around here, there are a lot of crawdads, and the kids are always going in there and going crawdadding. And back when I was, little, we went down and caught a bunch of crawdads, and my sister, who was 10 years older than me, and my cousin, who's the same age as my sister, we don't know what to do with them. Well, guess what they did? They grabbed them all up and they got a pot of water going and they cooked up crawdads. Go, you want any more? We'll go get you more.
They are delicious. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, did we talk about net fishing?
Gill net. So I spoke a little bit about gill netting, but other than that,
here in the United States, the only ones that are legally allowed to fish with nets are Native Americans.
Oh, really?
Yep. Same here in Washington State. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And my grandmother, growing up in northern Idaho, were right next to the Indian reservation up there, and they've traded with the Indians all the time. You are allowed as a white man to go out fishing, net fishing, if you are in the company of Native Americans who are doing it too. Is
that even on land that isn't owned by like Native Americans? Is that just like the whole of the U.S.?
Whole U.S. You have to be a Native American to net fish.
Why is that?
Because during the I'm not sure when it started, but people were going out there and just fishing, net fishing and cleaning out all the fish. And
right.
Yeah. So they needed to say, put a limit. No, only Native Americans can net fish.
Yeah. It's just sort of some irresponsible people. Sounds a little bit racist, to be honest, but I mean, I can see the problem.
It's part of their culture. It was part of their culture.
So they're more responsible.
It wasn't part of of the white people culture until they saw the Native Americans doing it here.
Right.
But if this is an SHTF Tawaki situation and there's no laws,
everything's fair
I'm
game.
not advocating anything. I'm just saying that's a survival option.
Yeah, I do remember watching. You remember that TV? I don't know if it's still on, that TV show as Survivor or something, where
Survivor,
they go to, yeah, I think they're in Canada though, and they use gill nets quite a lot on that. They get dumped in a sort of a coastal area in Canada, and they just get left to their own devices to see who survives the longest. And most of the smart, they get to take 10 items with them, I think, and I think most of the smart people would take a gill net. But they obviously had special permissions in order to do that. I don't know what Canadian law is, but it's definitely very effective. It was the people who got the most resources food-wise were the people who mastered fishing, and most of them got most of their fish from gill nets.
Yeah. But so that's another option for SHTF Tawaki.
Yeah, coastal foraging as well, which, I mean, it's not strictly fishing, but I mean, you had foraging on your list. Coastal foraging is the easiest kind of foraging, as opposed to sort of looking for mushrooms or wild plants, because coastal foraging is year round and it's easier to do. There's lots of seaweeds and kelp that are readily available to eat, and that's high in various nutrients and things like iodine and stuff like that. But there's a lot of shellfish that are just really easy to collect. Clams and whelks, and everybody knows about mussels, but you have to be a little bit careful about any sort of filter feeding type shellfish like that. But very easy to do and a good source of protein. Yeah.
But going back to some of the comments, fish netting was done in around Israel stuff, and it's done in other parts of the country, other parts of Europe and stuff too. But it really wasn't a big thing from what I understand and looking up for most of the pioneers heading west and stuff. And so when people started, the Indians are doing that, that's what we're going to do too, and they overdid it. At least the Indians understood the balance between nature and man, and were restrictive in how many fish fish they go. That's what they would fish. They'd go after antelope or deer or whatever else. They tried to. They didn't go. Oh, we're going to take care and kill all of these.
Yeah, it's kind of like that big mound of buffalo that you see that picture of with all the the buffalo skulls, where people just literally decimated the entire
well, the U.S.
population.
government did that to starve out the Indians, but that's another story.
Well, and there's lots of example of humans sort of decimating landscapes. I mean, it's one of the sad things about the US actually is I love the wilderness in the US, some of the great forests, but it's a shell of what it used to be. California, the Californian forests along that coastline, once upon a time were amazing. They were like gigantic redwood forests that stretched the entirety of that state, the entirety of it. Nowadays, from what I understand, I've only been to California once and I didn't actually get to see the forest, but from what I understand now, it's only in small areas. And a lot of it's actually kind of like you drive up a road and you think you're in a vast forest, but it's actually deforested sort of. If you just look past, the bit that you can't see with the car, there's actually nothing there because the loggers have been in there. Plus, some of those trees take thousands of years to grow, so if you cut it down, it's gone. That's it. It's gone forever, which is a great shame.
There was a tree recently cut down. I think it was a couple of years ago in the UK. You probably know more of the story, Alan. What was that? There was a famous tree recently cut down. There was one in the countryside. And,
you're talking about the one that's near Hadrian's Wall. Yeah, where that gap was. The Sycamore Gap, it's called.
Yep.
Sycamore Gap.
Yeah. I mean, there wasn't anything, to be honest, there wasn't anything particularly special about that tree. What was special about it was its historical significance. It was quite famous because it was in an area on Hadrian's Wall where there was like a gap, and there was a single tree growing in the middle. And it appeared that if anybody ever seen that Robin Hood movie, what was that? The one with Kevin Costner that was in that Robin Hood movie?
Prince of Thieves.
Yeah. Do you remember the scene where there's a guy up in the tree and he says it's my tree or something?
Right. That was the tree. Wow.
That's the tree. That's the tree.
Oh, okay.
And a couple of dickheads cut it down recently.
Yeah, someone cut it down. Yeah.
Yeah. They caught them and they've actually been sentenced. I don't know how long they got for it, but But I mean that's just the unfortunately man just generally, regardless of what
we don't learn by history, do we? Because what happened on Easter Island? They used up all the trees. They just done themselves in. We destroy forests. We do ourselves in. We destroy nature, and us lot we don't. We appreciate nature. I think that's why. I think maybe that's another reason why we're preppers, because we appreciate nature. We appreciate walking outside. We appreciate trees, and we. I think that's. What do you guys think? Do you think that's another reason why you're a prepper? That you would you say you appreciate nature? That's what I'm asking.
I always appreciated the nature.
I think most of us do. That's why we're here.
All across the United States, we learn from the mistakes that our grandparents made, and we're bringing the rivers back to a natural state. We are. It's happening all over Washington State. Yeah. I showed a couple of things on one of my lives when Mark was with me about the removal of old hydroelectric dams and restoring the riverbanks, and it's all in conjunction with the American Indian tribes. And man, I'll tell you what, the salmon runs now. Oh man, you can see the fish in the rivers now. There's just thousands of them.
But part of that, Bob, is the thing is that it has to be done right. Unlike California, where Governor Moonbeam said, "Oh, let's tear out all these small hydroelectric plants and the dams and the fish ladders. We're going to tear it all out." The thing is, he didn't know what it looked like before. There were the reason why they put a dam there was because there was a natural little lake there on the river, and when they tore everything out, made it a nice straight flow, the fishing went down to practically nothing because there was no things for the fish to spawn in.
There is, look at the Iowa River, man. Recently, in my area, the White River, the American Indian tribes, in conjunction with cities, They've bought land that used to be farmland. The farmer retired. The land was bought from that family, and they're making deviations in the White River, and it's beautifully done. Absolutely beautifully done, where the salmon are going crazy. There's
you
so
gotta
many
you
of
gotta
them
have
now.
someone in there like the Native Americans who understand the
Yeah.
the pulse of nature and restore it to nature, not just, oh, we're going to take out everything we did and not restore anything else. So they got to make the ponds back in there. They got to do stuff for fish, make it a habitat for fish, not just a flume ride.
Yeah, they're doing it right here. They're doing it very well.
Yeah, which is, man has to realize that God done a good job already. We didn't need to come along and mess it all up by making everything commercial, making everything about money, making everything about greed and power. It was God gave. That's why we just give thanks to God. Look, it's all here. You've got the resources. You've got the wood. You've got the sea. Just manage it. Just eat what you have to eat. If you look around the world and you sort of look at the statistics on food waste, restaurants, people at home, they chuck food away. It's because we mismanage every little morsel of food.
They never learn the skills on how to make your own food. So there's that.
Exactly, there's that as well. Well, yeah. I mean, people used to do make their own bread, grow their own stuff, go fishing. But what I'm trying to get at is giving thanks to the Creator as well. That we've got this place, and like you're saying, to restore things. I once had an idea. How do we get back? How do we reverse the situation?
Well, you need skills to get back to that place. I'm trying to divert us back to the topic of build your skill bank, and have skills. Know what you're doing. I mean, most of us know nature, been in nature. We've lived in nature, not necessarily like naked and afraid, but I grew up in nature. Gil grew up in nature. Grumpy grew up in nature. I mean, Shadow, everybody here, we all grew up in the environment around us, whether it's a city park of nature or the woods or the ocean or the seas and that. But we all have our different angles on everything. And we also have our different skill sets based on where we thrived. But learning new skills for those who never really got any skills or have some, just learn some new ones, basic stuff. My skill is going to be, I'm going to learn how to be a programmer to make a specific type of video game. That's a skill, but okay, if it's going to help you in life. But if it's a particular specific one, that skill is gone in about a month when they upgrade the system. Now you lost that skill for programming. So learn the basic skills and grow on that.
Yeah, along that, going back to nature and stuff. If Howie was still here, he'd be jumping on this one here. So I'm going to pretend I'm Howie. Do your learn how to garden right. Learn how to garden with nature. Don't fight nature. Yeah. Learn what nature does and stuff.
Less pesticides, less chemicals.
Or as Howie likes to do, guerrilla gardening. Oh, there's a hiking trail. I'm going to spread seeds out here. I'm going to plant stuff over here. I'm going to get stuff that will grow there. If the seeds were there, and grow it. And so,
I recommended to Alan because he likes to make food stashes. So white Dutch clover seeds, plant that around where your food stashes are at, so that you can identify where your stashes are, and you can eat clover. Man, I'm converting my entire lawn into white Dutch clover. I'm still working on that, so that if anything goes completely sideways, I've got food.
Yeah. And don't you also have with that, Bob? With all that clover, you have an attractant for honeybees.
That's right.
And then you could probably learn the skill of beekeeping. I forgot to put that skill on the list. Beekeeping.
Yeah, beekeeping.
Learn beekeeping. Learn beekeeping. Have yourself. All you need is one or two hives. You'll have honey. You can trade that, barter that. There's that's something there that you can
Plus
do.
It pollinates. They pollinate your entire garden.
Yes.
Yeah, they do.
Mm-hmm.
And a good season, you can get a lot of honey out of it.
Yes, sir. Some family friends that they had multiple hives, and they made extra money. They had enough honey at the end of the year to fill up 5-gallon buckets of honey. They sold it all. They never had any left over.
People who know honey will pay for it, because those who don't know honey, they're like, what do you mean you want $15 for this pint of honey? I can go to the store and buy it for $3.99. It's like, yeah, you have no idea what kind of honey you're buying. But anyway.
That's right.
The best honey's from Greece. That's what I say. The best honey's from Greece.
Of course, you're from Greece. For me, the best honey's from Pennsylvania. So I got you there, too.
Washington State.
If anybody needs to find Bob, just wander around Washington State and ask if anybody's seen a guy out in his front lawn on all fours eating clover. There he is.
Yeah. Yep, that's me.
I quite like the honey from Tesco, up the road where I buy it. But I've actually heard of people with beehives on the rooftops in London. Yeah. So even in a huge city like London, it's possible to have a beehive in the city, which I didn't know you could do that until fairly recently.
On the rooftop, on the roof, yeah.
And the most important thing about honey, the best place to get it, locally, because they're using local pollen and everything. And so if someone has allergies to certain pollens, if the honey from the trees that produce, or plants that produce that pollen, from the pollen that they're allergic to, the honey produces an anti-allergen. So it'll keep, it can help cure them of allergy for that particular plant if the honey is made from that plant. That is what's so cool about honey.
Yeah. Now Gil is not a medical professional. He heard that on the internet. Let's go with that.
I heard that from doctors, actual doctors.
All right. I'm not downing it. I'm just trying to.
Yeah.
No,
medical advice. Eat honey. Your allergies go like no.
Buying locally made honey also helps to support your local beekeepers.
Yes.
So they can invest more to buy more honey boxes or bee boxes. Yeah. That's one of the things. Yeah. One of the reasons why I decided to grow clover was not only because it's edible, it's good for the soil, but it supports the bees. And guess who's a beekeeper? It's a guy right across the street from my house. He was assembling bee boxes last summer. I was like, okay, yeah.
Well, he'll be happy. Maybe he'll give you a free pint of honey next year when you have all these flowers. He's like, crap, where'd all my bees go? And he looks across the street. Oh, there they are.
Yeah. I asked some of you knuckleheads on YouTube borage. I'm going to plant some borage because apparently bees love this stuff. So
not only do they love it, they get very mellow on it.
What you do?
Yes,
mellow. They get very mellow on it, CJ.
Yeah. I've got on my channel. I've got a one side of my house where the former owners used to park a boat. It's all crushed rock. This summer, I'm going to be adding to the soil, and I'm going to turn that into borage and different things, strawberries and rhubarb, whatever else. I'm gonna green that back up because I'm not going to buy a boat, and it's just bare land right now. It's just bare land. So that's a project on my channel.
Another bonus for your borage: if you have tomatoes, you plant the borage near the tomatoes. The aroma of the borage chases off the tomato hornworm moth, which means they're not going to be there laying their larvae, which means you're not going to get tomato hornworms. Since we planted borage in our garden in California, about 2004, we have not had tomato hornworms. Period. We had them all the time, insanely, before we planted borage. Once we planted borage, tomato hornworms went somewhere else.
Right on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right on.
They went to the neighbor's garden.
Yeah. That's fine.
I recognized the flower there, but I didn't recognize the name. I quickly looked up, and in the UK it's called starflower or bee bush.
I was told that they add this flower to Earl Grey tea.
Oh, really?
I don't know.
They
Earl Grey.
You do make teas out of the borage for medical uses, but they also say, it's one of those, all right, you got to use a little, not a lot, because it can, it's like a lot of herbs. A little's good, a lot is bad.
Yeah, you want it to help calm you down, not put you in a coma.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
Wait. You could use it to put your wife in a coma and then go after those tapeworms. Oh, wait.
Why do you think I have
never
such
mind.
quiet holiday dinners here? I make borage pie.
Porridge.
Is it available?
Also
on
known as the knockout pie.
I've got to go, guys. My
And it-
missus is home. I'm going to go spend some
Okay.
time with her. So.
Yeah,
Easy, guys. Thanks for the
Yeah, Bob.
invitation.
Yeah, Bob.
Later,
Take
guys.
care, Bob.
My pleasure, Bob.
God bless.
And the
Yeah.
family always thought they were getting tired because of the turkey.
I thought it was the borage tea you served before the meal began.
I don't want them to choke to death on the food.
No, you start getting a little sleepy beforehand.
Except for
Okay,
the
I'm
snoring.
done eating, and then Mark gets all the pumpkin pie to himself.
Yeah, that's right.
Has anybody got any good methods for, say, for example, you're in a situation and you've got an unknown plant, but you're really, really hungry. How do you test if the plant is edible or not?
There is a method for doing that, which is a
Give it
little
to the
bit.
mother-in-law.
But the
Yeah.
method, the method doesn't mean you can eat it.
Lord forgive them, they don't know.
Yeah, the method doesn't mean you can eat it. I mean, you can take a little bit of it and touch the tip of
Yeah.
your tongue,
Yeah.
and if it burns, don't eat it, and you're probably going to have a hurting tongue for a while. But just because it doesn't burn doesn't mean you can gorge up on it and survive. So yeah, get yourself. There is no one size fits all. Get a book.
I saw this method where they said what you do is you get a little bit of the plant and you put it just on the inside of your gum, just
That's
a little
pretty much
bit.
what I just said. Yeah.
Yeah, put it on the inside of your gum. And if you wait 10, 15 minutes, if you get irritation, then don't go forwards. If you don't get no irritation,
The problem
And
with
let-
that is some plants are poisonous. So if you do that, your gum line is a direct line to your bloodstream.
yeah,
So you
Yeah.
put something there that's toxic, you're
Anaphylactic.
going to get violently ill, pass out, die, something. So no,
yeah.
don't go by what I saw on TV or anything like. Yes, I'm the
Well,
social
you just said
survivalist.
it. You just said that you just spoke about
I
a
would
similar
touch-
thing.
If I see something that looks like something I know what it is, I may know what it is. I will take a little bit first. I'll put some of my fingers and smash it down, smear it up and smell it. Then I might touch the tip of my tongue with a tiny bit. I'm not going to put it in my mouth for 15 minutes, but I'll touch the tip of my tongue, and if it burns or if it looks like what I remember,
You
then I'll
touch it on
use
the
it.
inside of your gum, and
No.
then you take it away, and then you wait 50. I never said leave it in there. I just said you put it on you just dab it on the
Yeah.
inside of your gum.
Anyway,
take it
I
out,
would suggest
and then
get a
wait.
book.
Yeah,
If you have
Okay.
no idea what it is, don't stick it on the inside of your gum. Take it out.
Yeah,
Wait 15
yeah.
minutes.
right,
get a
right.
book. There are some things. One, if you see animals eating it, generally it's not absolutely.
Well,
it can
well,
be safe.
That could be dangerous because if you see birds eating berries, not all
Not
berries
birds,
are good
not
for us.
birds. I'm talking about other animals like
Mammals.
squirrels or
Yeah.
Yes, rabbits.
rabbits, squirrels, and stuff.
Rabbit food,
That's a good clue that it's possibly
Good
safe
idea.
for
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
But
So
if nothing's touching it and you do that, it could be reason why if nothing's touching it, it's going to kill you. And all it could be is just taking a drop of the juice from it could be totally fatal. If you're going to do foraging, get a book for your area.
like you're saying,
Get a book. There is
yeah.
no quick. Well, what about
Don't
this? What
mess
about
about,
that? Now
yeah.
there's no more Q&A
Yeah.
about how do I know? How do you know? Get a book and learn it. That's a skill. Don't touch
lot-
it to your tongue and use that as your skill set of learning.
Yeah.
Of, okay, that worked.
Yeah.
That worked. Well, that killed me. I guess I won't be
Yeah,
using
I
that. again.
saw that on a YouTube video.
Yeah, just like mushrooms. Well, mushrooms are not edible. Just because they looked edible doesn't mean they are. So
Yeah.
that's a whole nother skill set is mushroom hunting. But
And even
that's
mushroom
what you
hunters make mistakes.
Yeah, because some look
Oh,
like
yeah.
they look exactly like the other. Some even.
Yeah. All mushroom. Just remember, all mushrooms are edible at least once.
Yeah. Occasionally somebody asks me how do I identify poisonous plants, and I just say, well, I don't. I identify the ones that I know aren't poisonous, and I just assume everything else will kill me immediately. So, I only pay attention to the ones that I absolutely know, because I know that little poison test that we were sort of talking about, where you touched like sensitive parts of your skin to do things. But take a plant like foxglove, for example, which is digitalis. Apparently, the taste of digitalis, I've never tried it, is actually quite sweet tasting. So it wouldn't strike you as particularly bad, but you only need a single petal or just a very small amount of digitalis to basically cause cardiac arrest and kill you.
Yeah.
So you
Where
don't
do I
want to
get
do
that?
anyway.
Just
I wouldn't
kidding.
even touch it, let alone put it in my
Don't
mouth.
encourage him.
All right, for Alan and Grumpy and dear love. Okay, here we go. World War foraging wild foods, recipes, remedies that saved Great Britain.
Wow.
Foraging in Scotland.
Yeah.
This is on Amazon.
Yeah.
Get
Right.
a book.
There's a book called Food for Free, which is a
Yep,
fantastic book.
I've got that book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And
you
a
gotta
book
make
of
sure.
trees as well. One on trees and one on edible food. Plants.
Here you go. Foraging in Britain.
Yeah.
So
You can get these little ones that are quite good. I think I might actually have them. 2 seconds.
Yeah, they're fantastic books. I mean, can you imagine that there was a time when normal folk knew all this stuff? They're just like every day sort of walking along. Oh, look at that. Bam, I'll get that.
Yeah, hey, sweetie, your dad just cut his leg. Run down by the creek and get some of the whatever that plant is down there and bring it back for me. They did that. That's the way they did it. Yeah.
Man.
You remember in the Lord of the Rings when the one dwarf has poison and they sent him after the king's something or other. We feed that to the pigs, and it's a healing herb.
Good books.
So,
wow, that one's bigger. There you go.
Yeah.
So fantastic little manuals, and you get them obviously for your region. These ones are UK specific, but if you go to the coast, for example, you just take a little coastal one with you, and it's a good way of just walking down the beach, and you could just reference a little book, and it'll tell you, what shellfish to avoid and what you can eat and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, they're good little books.
Yeah, I agree.
But assume everything is poisonous unless you know for sure it isn't.
Yep.
That's my philosophy.
That's why the only time I'll do the tongue tip thing is if it looks like mint and sort of smells like mint. It might be lemon balm, which is fine. But there's other plants that look just like that, and they kind of smell like it, but not the same, not as strong. And I've trained myself on, I know what mint and lemon balm smell like now, and chocolate mint and other ones. But I'll put a little tip on my tongue and just give it a second. I mean, I'm not talking drops. I'm talking just, after I squish it my finger, flick my fingers off, no dust left on there, and just touch my tongue and see if it burns. If it burns, no. If it makes my tip of my tongue numb, no, it's not. It's this other plant, and I won't bother. Am I going to get sick from it? Probably not. Is my tongue going to hurt for a little while? Oh, it might.
The thing is, I mean, it's not even foolproof in the sense. I think of a stinging nettle, for example. A stinging nettle's very edible. It's actually, it's higher in iron, it's very edible, and it's easy to process. But if you took a stinging nettle and you didn't know what it was, and you put it on your mouth, you'd be like, Jesus Christ, that must be the most toxic thing on earth. You know? It's just stung my entire face.
Lord, forgive me for using your name in vain. Okay, Lord, have mercy. Thank you. Amen.
I like the one comment there by 88. That one. Yeah, learn now. Learn your skills now. Find a local foraging group.
Yeah, good idea.
We had, for our scout troop, one of the scouts' grandfathers was a botanist working for the state of California, and he came out with his grandson to the camping at Lake Herms, and went up there, and he goes, "Oh, we got this." As we were doing a hike around, and he starts pointing out all the plants there. Oh, this is one you don't want to eat. This is the one that Socrates, one of the guys, took and died from, so you don't touch that one. This is miner's lettuce. This is good to eat. And we're all like, every time we're camping up here, you're coming. And he came up every time and take the kids out and would question him. What did I say this was last time? And he spent, about 5 or 6 times during the year up there with them, teaching them which plants are what.
Yeah. It's really easy to become overwhelmed with foraging because there's just so many varieties. The
Mhm.
thing about plants is as well, because you can identify a plant, but are you identifying that plant when it's in full bloom? What does it look like in different seasons? What does
Yeah.
it look like at different growing stages? You know, and
Yeah.
does that make a difference to the foraging, for example? So I think it's probably a good idea if you're interested in foraging for food, is to identify maybe 5 or 6 very common plants to your area that are edible for each season, and then just concentrate on those ones. And then you
Yeah.
can you can expand your knowledge from there, you know, and sort of move on to
Sure.
the more exotic things, because there's hundreds of plants, thousands of different species, and unless you're a botanist of some description, you're not going to learn all of them, but you can
Right.
learn 5 or 6 main ones that are really easy to identify. I know what I know what a dandelion looks like. I know what a stinging nettle looks like. I know what, you know, some dock leaf looks. I know what these, you know, these basic things look like. I know what wood sorrel looks like. I know what wood sorrel looks like, or common sorrel, or something like that. And then from there you can expand your knowledge out a little bit. But because it's easy to become overwhelmed, I think. I don't mushrooms, for example. I actually can't stand the taste of mushrooms, and
I love
most mushrooms aren't toxic, but a lot of them are. Like, seriously, you know, you eat a death cap mushroom, even if you go to hospital, you're still going to die. You know,
Yeah.
you know, it's a horrendous mushroom to consume. So I actually don't ever forage mushrooms, ever. One, because I don't like the taste of them, and they don't actually have a fantastic nutritional value, in my opinion.
I
But
agree.
they're so bloody dangerous that it's just not worth my effort. I'll just pay more attention to something else. But
Yeah.
some people just love it as a skill, you know, in itself.
Yeah. Where is it here? Look for something here. Where is it? Where is it?
So one fun edible plant, and lots of people just have it around their house because they're ornamental, they're pretty, they make little flowers, are called hostas. And they grow in sizes from, you know, I don't know, I guess about 20 centimeters long and 5 or 6 wide to, like, you know, 80 centimeters long. They're huge. Well, my friend Richard has hostas all on the one side of his house. He never knew they were edible. And they just come back. He just goes out. They just die off and they grow back. He has to control them like weeds because they took over. He's like, I got to get rid of these. I was like, no, don't. And then in the spring, we went over there and I said, see the little curls coming out? He's like, yeah. I picked one, went inside and tossed it in a skillet with a little bit of butter and garlic. I said, try that. And I took a bite of it. I said, try that. He's like, holy crap, it tastes like asparagus. I was like, right. They're tender and you could have them all over your property. Nobody thinks you have food. You might get sick of it after a while, but hostas, Hostas, hostas are huge in North America as ornamental decorative plants for your house. And they're edible.
And Howie talks about the same thing with the sunchoke, also known as the Jerusalem artichoke. People never know that you got under the ground, you got all these tubers that are good to eat.
Yeah.
However, there is one thing I do like to forage whenever I can. I'm sharing a picture of it.
Raspberries, side of the road, every time.
Nope.
Blackberries.
What? You forage cows? Okay.
Yes.
How are you going to get that into the car?
Well, you need to probably chop that up a little bit.
Yeah, just make it a little smaller to stuff it in the back of your Toyota. Yeah. 1,000 pounds later, your Toyota's causing sparks driving down the road.
Yeah. There's actually a few plants that are in the northern hemisphere anyway that are considered to be kind of superfoods, and they're calorifically rich all year round. You want something that you can harvest all year round, even in the winter. One of my favorite ones is the cattail. I mean, everybody.
Yeah, cattail. Yeah.
I think you call them bulrush in America. Maybe
No, cattails are a name.
You call them cattail. Yeah, basically it's an aquatic plant almost. With a, I mean, most people will be familiar with it. It's got like a long sausage-looking tuber on the end, which if you break it open, it's got like like a feathery type material. Don't eat that part.
The brown fuzzy type. That's not the edible part.
Don't eat that part. You want to put your hand down and sort of pull the whole thing up, and the root sort of part at the bottom. You kind of peel
Yeah.
the first couple of layers off, and inside there you've got a very nutritious sort of kind of woody taste and
It's a lot of
root,
carbohydrates
but
in
it's
cattails.
packed full of carbohydrates. But the key thing about it is it grows all year round, like every season of the year. And if you know where there's a readily large amount of them, which is almost anywhere where there's sort of standing water, it's a fantastic resource.
Yeah, just be careful it's not along a stream that's downstream from some kind of a production plant that makes chemicals, because those plants are really good at absorbing those chemicals and detoxifying the mud and the soil. But guess where all that toxins go? Right into their plant matter. So
you'll also, I mean, you'll also find other, because of the environment those plants grow in, you'll also find things like frogs and toads in those areas, which are get yourself a frog gig if you live in an area that has a lot of things like that, because they're good eating as well. If you're talking about foraging, if you're there for the plant, you may as well go for the things that live near about it. Lilies as well. You can actually, there's a lot of lilies you can eat as well.
If you need fire starter, the fuzzy cattail part of it makes a good fire starter.
Goes up instantly. So you need a bunch of it because it will just,
you start out with it and you pile your sticks on top of it, and then you light it.
Yeah, I mean, you can use it as insulation as well. I think, if you gathered a lot of it, you could
just don't breathe it in, because it'll choke you pretty good.
You can eat the bulbs of the lilies as well. You go right down in the river and you get the big bulbs from the lilies.
I don't actually, I'm not entirely sure if the actual flowering part of a lily is edible. I'm not sure. I would need to check that. But
you need a book on it. There's a lot of edible flowers where you can eat the petals or the stems, or just the flower, or just the stem. I mean, there's lots you can eat out there, but get a book.
That is the thing.
The tomato plant. You can eat the tomato fruit, but you can't eat the leaves. You can't eat the whole. You don't eat anything else.
Rhubarb. You can eat the rhubarb, but you can't eat the leaves. Is that right?
Yeah, the stalk is like a celery. I wouldn't eat the leaves. They're just so bitter. But the stalks are also bitter, which is why nobody just has rhubarb pie. It's strawberry rhubarb pie with about 5 cups of sugar added to it, because it's rhubarb.
When I was a kid, we used to just literally dip it into sugar and then just crunch on it, with like huge piece of sugar.
That's what my mom let me do that growing up. We had rhubarb plants, and I was like, "What do you do with that?" And she'd pick the piece and cut a little piece off, washed it off, but she let me. That was the only time she let me dip anything in sugar and eat it. It's like sweet and sour all at once.
Hang on. What was it there?
Rhubarb leaves.
I'm trying to look at that. I can't pronounce the name. Aulonoc.
Sure, whatever.
he made his comment up there was they have cars optimized for foraging cows over the pond.
Yeah, cars in my area are optimized for foraging deer that are crossing the road.
Yeah. So hang on here. I got to get this up here for you guys. Dang it. It's a wrong type file. Dang it. Let me get the other one here then.
Somebody in the comments saying stinging nettles good in the curry. I tell you what, almost every survival book I've ever read, they talk about boiling stinging nettles in order to remove the sting to make them edible. That's a disgusting way of eating nettles, though. Do you know what an easier way of eating a stinging nettle is?
Just put them over the fire.
Just welt it over a flame.
Them over a fire, exactly. And get them and it just burns off all the little spikes.
And it actually makes it more nutritious because you're not boiling it to death. You know what I mean? It's much tastier.
The nutrition out.
Yeah, I don't know why they all say boil it. It's easier.
Well, I mean, it just makes it in an edible format. That's all. So and usually you'll mix it with something else as well. Some people might make a stew. Some people might,
tea or something.
Make a tea as well. The tea is one, but then some will make a stew. Some will make a salad even.
Yeah, you can. There's a lot of leafy greens and things, wild things you can add to salad. Even dandelion greens. They're totally edible. They're a little bit bitter. Everybody thinks it's salad. It's going to taste like iceberg lettuce. No, iceberg lettuce is just water and cellulose fiber. It has no nutritional value.
The thing about dandelion is as well, all parts of the dandelion are edible, and you can actually roast the roots and make a there's no caffeine in it, but you can make a type of coffee.
Coffee.
You know,
Yeah.
it tastes similar to it. There's no
Or
caffeine
tea.
in it, but it's
Yeah,
similar.
canned wine, tea. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, here's a vehicle around here that is optimized for harvesting cattle.
Yes.
Yeah.
And horses.
Seriously, a lot of the trucks around here have big old freaking cattle guards on the front of them.
Did you ever
Because
see?
The
You-
speed
you got-
limit for the truck is 80 miles an hour.
Wow.
Did you
All
do
right.
you guys ever watch Top Gear in the US back in the day?
Oh yeah.
There's a Top Gear special where they're in the US and they
Oh,
they
oh,
get a cow. they get a cow and they put it on the roof of the car, and then they take it to the campsite. And they're like, "Now what do we do?" And they're like, "I don't know, peel the cow." It's obviously a bit of a joke, but
Yeah.
I think they got lucky to escape with their lives on that episode.
yeah, because they wrote some crazy stuff on the side of their cars and the southern states. Yeah,
Yeah, because what happens around here, cattle will get out and they'll wander across the highway, and the trucks are going along, 80 miles an hour at night, and there's a cow walking
Wow.
across the road.
oof.
Yeah,
Wow.
instant hamburger.
I've actually
Yeah.
seen a cow running down the motorway before in the
That's
UK.
Hamburger
And
meats
somebody
for the whole
chasing it.
village. Sorry, Al. Sorry.
I saw one of my buddy's horses that got hit by a car. The horse was still there with, had a broken leg, whatever. It was dead. There was nothing left of the car. It took the legs out from under it, went through the windshield and came out the back of the car because they're so high up, like hitting a moose up in Alaska or northern states.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're dead. Duck.
we
Don't hit the
have a
brakes,
big
just duck.
we have a big deer problem in Scotland, and every year people get killed on the road from deer.
Wow.
A red deer is an enormous animal. It's not as
Yeah.
big as a moose or an elk, but it's a very large animal. If you hit that with your car, you're going to know all about it.
Yeah,
You're not gonna have
if you're
much of a
going fast
car
enough, it's not going to skate off the windshield and launch
No,
into
no,
the
not
air.
at all.
It's coming through the windshield at
left.
you.
It's destroying that whole car pretty much, and anybody that's in it.
So I was going to say
Well-
earlier, if wherever state you live in, like I'm not going to go out and buy a book for edible herbs of North America or edible anything of North America, because that's 99% of those places I will never go.
Yeah.
But I will find a book that, and they have them, for your region or your state, edible, wild edibles in Pennsylvania. Yeah, I'd love to. I know there's a book. I'll probably wind up picking it up. And it's even regional there because northern Pennsylvania has different stuff than southern Pennsylvania. So, but with that minimized amount of stuff, you're not trying to memorize or look at plants that you will never see in your life unless your plane crashes in Alaska, in which case, yeah, you better have an edibles of Alaska. But I live in Florida, that type of thing. So
It's just too big of a subject. It's one of those things. I mean, when you start looking at plants, and it's so vast. I mean, people do their entire PhDs on just plant identification, and they're still, they're experts, and yet they still can't identify everything. I mean, if you go to somewhere like South America, most of the stuff you're seeing is probably new to science. I mean, not only do you not know the name of it, nobody knows the name of it because it's a bloody new species altogether. So, yeah,
my wife bought me a book called Herbs That Heal. I was like, oh, that's cool. It's a thick book. And Gil probably has one, or Tammy has one. I know that. And but if I go reading through it, I'm like, okay, what is this plant? It doesn't really always give you the geographic location. I pulled one of them up. I was like, oh, it helps with this, helps with that. Where does it grow? Oh, it grows wild in India. Okay, I'm not going to India anytime soon. So rip that page out and throw it in the trash because I have no use for it.
I think what would be a good idea would be some kind of book where, for example, you could have. I was just writing it down to remember some stuff, but the book could be called Regional Skill Books. So you got like Mark said, Pennsylvania. So it's what in this region. What do they historically use? That's going back to what we said earlier about was it a fishing village? Was it a kind of miners' village? Was it a bakery village? So having regional skill books would be a good idea. Country skill books, regional skill books. So if people do travel, they could get a little book saying this is what this this region historically does. It's known for its corn. It's known for its cows. It's known for its fish.
what's the resource that's particular to that
Yes,
particular area. I
yeah.
mean, because
Yeah.
like the UK, for example, is not a very big country, and most stretches. So the fauna of England is much the same as the fauna in Scotland. It's just slightly colder up here by a couple of degrees, but there's not much of a difference. But
Yeah.
there are things, Flint, for example, which we mentioned earlier on, way back in the day, where flint and steel or flint and some sort of metal was the primary way of setting a fire. What a lot of people don't really realize, though, is there is no flint in the northern part of the UK, really. I mean, all the flint mines and deposits were in the southern part of England.
Okay.
But they found flint in Scotland way back in Mesolithic times. So that means that the people who had the flint in the northern parts of Scotland must have traded it with people in the southern part of England, which in those days
Right.
might as well have been the other end of the world. But that means there was a network of trade going on, and
Yeah.
that would have been a prized possession back then. Can you imagine how
Regional
valuable that would
skills.
be? Yeah,
Yeah.
because you can't just kick over a rock in Scotland and say, "Oh, look, there's a piece of flint," because we don't have any. Because flint is, a product that you tend to find in sort of chalk and things like that. So you get it around about the southeast of England and things like that. So that's a resource that's very particular to that particular area. You can get iron deposits, natural iron deposits in places like Scotland. You'll actually find them on beaches sometimes. It looks almost man-made, like a big rusty sort of thing in the beach. It's actually natural. People used to believe that it was where lightning used to strike, but it's actually not. It's actually a natural iron deposit. But you could take that and then use the flint and you can make fire that way. But regional knowledge is definitely good.
Yeah.
But I mean, they're like plants and stuff don't know what borders are or states, so they don't care about the second you cross this border, suddenly it's something different. It doesn't work that way. But
The Greeks
in an area.
the Greeks came to England, the UK, to get copper. So it's, knowing about resources, like you said, regional skills, all this kind of stuff is amazing. And just to think that someone in Greece heard, "Oh, copper! Yeah, we go to England. We'll go there. We'll go to the UK and get it." And they come to England, like I think it was 1000 BC, before the Romans.
I mean, it's one of those things where I can't remember the exact place, but there's a sort of story of gold is valuable everywhere. But if you happen to live in a place where there's bloody gold everywhere, but it's not valuable to you, and then you get these sort of like conquistadors or whatever sort of showing up in this place, and they're like, these idiots are going to trade me a bag of gold for a bag of beans, because the beans are more valuable to them than the gold, because the gold
somewhere deep in Africa, somewhere like that, where gold is like, they've got mountains of it. There's nothing to them. It's like a bit of decoration.
Yeah, they're like, look at these idiots. They're trading, these worthless yellow rocks for these valuable beans. You know what I mean? It's just a case of understanding what's in your area from a resource point of view. But
Yeah. All right. Here's another skill to throw out at you guys. Sewage system management. In other words,
very, very good one.
Do you know what to do with all your crap?
Yeah.
Well,
basic is that it's far away from the camp, and a nice big hole in the ground. I'm just saying the basics of basics. Sorry, Al.
Yeah, not near.
No,
your
I was kind of going to say I was going to go the same route. Basic latrines, the old-fashioned dig a hole, and then once it gets to a certain point, fill it in a little bit, fill it in, then move to the next hole, and that kind of just becomes fertilizer to some extent. But that's highly dependent on how small of an area you're in, how many people there are, and you also can't be using modern amenities like bloody wipes that don't degrade and chemicals and things like that.
Yeah.
You can use human waste as fertilizer, as long as it's not contaminated with bleaches and other household chemicals and things
and medications.
Medications,
yeah, medications. I mean, we were talking about cattails earlier. I did actually see a homestead development one time where they actually had their own, like a big natural pond. They'd built it and it looked natural, and they had things like cattails, and that was part of their sewage system, where they basically all of the plants naturally filtered out all the the bad stuff and broke it down. It just became fertilizer because it was designed in such a way in order to do that. But like they said, obviously you can't go pouring bleach down your toilet, because all that's it's not going to a sewer. It's just going out to their natural pond that they've created.
And it's gonna kill all the microbes and stuff that are beneficial microbes.
Absolutely. I mean, I've spent some time in some natural cabins and wilderness areas where they use things like sawdust toilets, where it's literally just a case of you do your business, you scoop some sawdust in there, and over a period of time it sort of rots down that way, and that is effective. It does work.
I have my. It's not a composting toilet per se. It could be at the cabin. I didn't dig a hole in the ground. My water table's 12 inches down. I'm not digging a hole. And but no, I keep a bucket of peat moss, and I mix in some pulverized lime, and I mix it together, and I just keep a scoop in there. So when I'm done, I just sprinkle some on top. The smell goes away, and then when I'm done, the bag gets double knotted, triple knotted, triple bagged, and gets tossed in the dumpster when I get home. But you could do the same thing. I mean, a lot of people do it. They do it in buckets. They just take the bucket outside and dump it out, or let it sit there and fester and decompose and compost, and then they just clean the bucket out later and use it again.
Yeah, I mean, you can look to the past to see how people in crowded areas used to deal with this, and I mean, in the sort of Victorian times and a little bit before, it's a disgusting practice. But in Scotland, they actually
throw it out the window into the street.
They throw it out the window into the street. They actually used to do a thing where they would shout a word. It was Gardy Lou. My grandmother told me she actually heard this when she was a kid. So so they would shout Gardy Lou, and then they would chuck this bucket of crap out of the window and just land in the street. And that was what they did. And you just have to be careful about you don't shit where you eat, or your own water source. You don't contaminate your own source, but you can make sure that you do it in some areas. I don't know if you guys remember, but when I did the bug out camp with Mike, we were on a remote Scottish island with a castle, and I had some of the old ruins, the old rooms still existed, and we found the one with a toilet in it, and a toilet in a medieval castle was actually just a seat with a hole that dropped down into the lock below. That was it. Wow. But you've got to then imagine, well, the people who lived in that castle at the time, they must have not been using that water directly from there as their primary source of drinking. They probably were going further up, and then they were willing to sort of crap in and around that area, because they probably had animals and livestock and all sorts of stuff there anyway.
They would have changed that style if they had cell phones back then. Because you don't want to drop your cell phone in the toilet because it's going all the way down.
Yeah, so I mean, it's really just a case of managing where you put it. I mean, even our modern sewage system, I don't know if you guys have got much experience with. I actually used to work for a company who used to clean drains, and I could tell you, I could bore you with stories all day about the catacombs under Edinburgh. I tell you, there's rooms under Edinburgh, like sewers under Edinburgh, that make Ghostbusters look like nothing. They're incredible. They're amazing. Victorian sewer systems. It's like a city underground. But a lot of them used to literally just flow like in a river out to sea, and they just dumped it right out into the sea. Nowadays, of course, they get pumped to sewage treatment.
Yeah,
so,
they pump it to a sewage treatment plant, remove the solids, treat the liquids, and put it back in the water supply. Yeah, we know.
Yeah, that. Exactly. I mean, and if you look at the sewage treatment plants, it's actually just a series of round fillers of different sized gravel, and they just pour the stuff right on top, and it goes round in a circle, and it kind of goes through a different variety of filters, and until eventually, like you say, it ends up right back in the water source where they chemically treat it.
It depends. It depends on the municipality. I know we're in Contra Costa County, there's 2 sewer systems. We're on the Mountain View Sanitation District, across the freeways on Central Sanitation System, and they both use the same type system. It comes in, it goes through a separator. They separate out the solids, and then it goes through another one to separate out particles, and they separate it down. And then when they have just liquid left, they have the big black lava rocks out there. They treat it with some chemicals, and then chlorine, chloramine, whatever and stuff, and they just go out and spray it on it. So it basically the black rocks get hot from the sun, and so it just creates like an evaporation thing. So it evaporates it. The Central Sanitary District has those as well. However, they also have a diverter system where they treat the water to kill all the bacteria in it and stuff. However, the water that they do is a bit more salty, but then they give it away for free. You see people going over these IBC totes, filling up, and they're watering their lawns with it because of the restrictions the state puts on water usage, because they want to keep a green lawn. Some plants will thrive in it. Some plants die because of the excess salt in it. But the state of California's Caltrans gets their water there, and the meridian strip between the freeway directions, they'll have plants in there, and just go along and just spray it on the plants to water it during drought times. And so they'll put a lot of the water out there on the freeway, which is, it doesn't smell or anything. But the bad part is they were selling the solids. After it goes through, they actually have a filter stuff to pull out needles and stuff like that out, and and tampons and stuff out of it. But the biomass solids were being sold off to farmers for fertilizer.
I was just going to bring that up. And then 5 years later, they close the farms down because the ground's toxic, has PCBs and everything else in there, and nothing the farmer can do about it because it was free fertilizer.
Yeah,
there's a
and they're
scandal
having problems with medications and stuff. So
Yep.
But one of the there's another sewer system farther north that's taking the solids and running it through a furnace and it basically burns off all the chemicals out of it, but you have inert material coming out that can be put on land or whatever, and there's no chemicals in it, but that's expensive to do. But there are different things, but if you're going to build your own sewer system, the original
waste disposal system, the original septic tanks were made out of timbers, and they first they had one big pit, and they had a pipe going off for a leach field. Then they divided that pit into two, so one side would collect the greases and stuff, and stuff would go in the other one, and they make sure they had bacteria and stuff going in there, and then the stuff going out. But one of the designs that I worked up, because I was an underground worked underground construction. I got my contractor's license for that, for building sewer treatment plants and water treatment plants and stuff.
Cool.
It was to run it out for the orchards. You run the big pipe out there with the drain hole line in it, out between the lines of trees, and it just waters the trees out there with nutrients. Usually those were designed for private farms and stuff, so their sewer system was taken into that. And they knew, all right, you have your washing machine went to one tank, all the toilets and showers went to a different tank that would go out that way there. So there's, you can use a system like that where it will help fertilize your fruit trees. And where I got the idea for doing that was what happened at my parents' house in 1963. The apricot trees' roots got into the clay pipe and were trapping everything. And we had apricots that were as big as grapefruits.
Yeah, well fertilized.
But yeah,
it's called you were talking about a gray water system.
It's a gray water. Yeah,
gray water. I mean, if you're going to use that in your garden, farm, stuff like that, be careful what you're using to take a shower, the chemicals in your shampoos and soaps, and the stuff you're using in the washer and the sinks and that. Yeah, because all that toxic crap is going to wind up out in your plants and either kill them or make them grow 17 seeds on a little tiny fruit or something weird.
Detergent is one of the most devastating things for plant life and things like that. You shouldn't actually put it on your clothes. The stuff is bloody pure toxic, That nice fabric smell that you get from that chemical that you put in there, that's probably giving you all sorts of cancers.
Here's the interesting thing on that. Back in the 60s and 70s, a lot of the laundry detergents had had phosphates in them. Oh, phosphates are bad for the environment. It's, and because what's happening, the cities along the Mississippi were dumping their sewer water into the Mississippi. Well, the phosphates are a fertilizer, and the lilies and all the other stuff are just going nuts in the Mississippi River. Oh, we need to ban them. Well, they banned most of them. There are some quote natural ones that still have the phosphates in them that are not toxic. The phosphate is not toxic. It can be used in the garden. We used to put the one detergent on the compost pile because it would cause the compost pile to break down quicker. And when we go to dig in the compost pile, man, it was full of all the beetles and worms and everything else in there. But it didn't have any of those toxic perfumes and the other new added crap they add to it, which is really bad for the environment.
Yeah, next time you go in your bathroom and you're in the shower, grab your bottle of shampoo and read the ingredients. I bet you can't even pronounce 80% of them.
Correct.
I think another thing to look out for if you're using it, things like this for fertilizers, is over concentration. So, I mean, you can have nice, good fertilizer, but you can over fertilize things as well. Over fertilizing plants can be just as devastating as not fertilizing them at all. But I mean, sanitize, sewage systems and things like that. If you live in a big built up city and SHTF happens, that's a real problem. That becomes a problem real quick. I mean, it's not so big of a deal if you live in the countryside and everybody can get away with digging a hole in the field. But if you live in London or Birmingham or somewhere like that, or somewhere in the US, that relies on a lot of power. It relies on a lot of pumping stations. It relies on a lot of manpower. If all that stuff suddenly switches off and you're wading through, millions of people excrement, that
I mean, out where my property is, there is no public water, public sewer. There's electricity. That's about it, and maybe cable. But no, everybody has. It's not called a leach field in the septic tank anymore. Now it's a grinder tank and a sand mound. So all your waste and that go into this big concrete tank, and the pump is actually a grinder pump. It grinds it, and when it gets up to a certain level, it grinds it and shoots it up, usually uphill, into a field, which is nothing but a bunch of pipes, tubes, special gravel, and it's a mound. It's high, so it's an evaporative mound. But you got to be careful with those because they say about every 20 years you have to rip it all out and do it again, and then you have all the sludge to get rid of. But that's all based on what you're flushing down the toilet and putting down your drains. Don't put the grease down there. Don't put your toxic shampoos in there. It doesn't let the biology do its thing like anything else. But that's what they do now because that's the code out in PA is that type of thing. It's not just a septic tank and a couple baffles and pipes that run out to a leach field anymore. That's illegal. They made that illegal. It's literally the same thing, but it's different.
Yeah. When I worked for the drainage company, 90% of the blockages we went to were due to wet wipes. Even the ones that say they're flushable, they're not flushable. They've got plastic in them and they block.
Well, flushable means it goes down your toilet and doesn't clog your toilet. It doesn't mean it biodegrades in the septic.
Yeah. It's so many of them just clog up the system. Sanitary towers is another one. And then, of course, you get grease from restaurants and stuff just washing out their pans. That stuff builds up. You get these giant grease balls in cities that are the size of houses that have to be broken up with chemicals and all sorts of crazy stuff. But I mean, so I remember watching a thing a while ago where it was talking about London back in the, I think it was sort of pre-Victorian days or something, but apparently the Thames, people used to just throw their excrement into the Thames. And the Thames was so polluted with human waste that it would form a crust that you could bounce a stone across, apparently. I wouldn't go drinking the Thames nowadays, but at least it's not as bad as that. But it just goes to show you have to sort of manage it better.
Okay. My brother worked for Mountain Cascade. I worked for Mountain Cascade too. He was the superintendent on a job down in San Jose. They were redoing the sewer treatment plant for San Jose and the surrounding areas. There was a big pipe that was going into the sewer treatment plant that they had to block off. And they sandbagged it off, and the sewer backed up the miles and miles and miles of it while they quickly did connections and stuff. And they when they were, after a month, they were done doing the connections, and it was getting to the point where they were going to say, hey, you're running out of time. You're running out of time. They got it all done, and everything got signed off. I said, okay. They said, clean out, or remove your sandbag dam out of there.
Yeah,
they went down they went down down there, and they went down the manhole wearing hip waders, to go down there, because you're talking about a pipe that's about 8 foot diameter, sewer pipe, and they go down, they step on it, and they jump. It's hard as a rock.
Oops.
They go walking down to the thing down there, and they start pulling the sandbags off the top, and then they walked it back up to the manhole, and they're sending sandbags up the manhole. They got down to a certain point, and it's all right. So after about 2 feet down, it's soft and squishy, and so they decided, oh, we're gonna pull a fast one. They started pulling the sandbags from the bottom, and they got about 20 sandbags out. All of a sudden, started shooting, and they said, knock a sandbag, and it gets washed down towards the treatment plant. All of a sudden, they feel the whole thing start moving. All right, everybody out! They get out, and they're watching. Why do you come out? And they're watching. Watch. And a couple seconds later, the whole thing, like a big old slug, goes down to the treatment plant. Now,
the treatment
that's not the funny part. That's not the funny part. They're down there, and what happened is they had turned water that they had been going to another treatment plant to help flush this out. Well, it's coming down there, and my brother goes walking over 50 yards to the treatment plant's big catch basin where everything dumps into, and it gets separated. Does stuff, goes in, and looks at it, and he sees the stuff like toothpaste just coming out and piling up and piling up. And he goes to the inspector, you better tell him to turn off the water. And the inspector walks over there, sees that, and goes, holy crap, it was just coming out and just building up because it was so dry. And so they had to stop it, and it was backing up the sewer treatment plant, and they took 2 or 3 days to clean it all up, process it, and they opened it again, stopped it. After about 2 weeks, they were able to get it finally flushed out and going. But the manager of the sewer treatment plant came running around. What are you guys doing? He goes over, looks at the thing, leans over, and he gets the whiff. And the man who managed the sewer treatment plant drops to his knees and starts upchucking. And my brother and the inspector were out there looking at him. Dude, you're in the wrong business. But yeah, you could smell that for miles.
It's a smell you never forget as well. Because I mean, I went to some sewage treatment plants in the centre of Glasgow. Wow.
Yeah,
I mean, it looks like the pond from hell as well. It's like a big building, and there's a giant pond. They even had a boat. There was actually a boat down there that the engineers used to do whatever it is they were doing. I was like, Jesus, can you imagine falling in that? That would be horrendous.
That's like going into Mordor.
Yeah,
the dead zone there in Mordor.
The eternal bog of stench,
Yes. Oh, but yeah. So if you in SHTF Milwaukee, after everything's collapsed, you're going to design your own sewage treatment plant or treatment system where your septic tanks and stuff. Over design. Think 10 times what you think you're going to need.
Yeah,
and
a 5-gallon bucket's good for a couple days. A 20-gallon bucket is still good for a couple days.
Yeah, so you want to make sure you have stuff. You want to make sure you're separating in the house. You have diverter valves and stuff so that washing machine water goes one way when you're using bleach. The other time it can go out to the thing. Make sure you stock up on your enzymes and stuff for septic tanks and stuff, because you want those enzymes in there to start digesting everything. And you want to be able to have it to take care of itself as much as possible. And any of the water from it, you want to make sure that the septic tank and all the water are way away from the well or your water source, going the opposite direction. And if you can, you want to use that water plant. That's where you're going to plant your orchard, just out where your leach lines are at, because the trees will take care of the liquid, and use all the nutrients that are in that liquid to grow. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah, water management as well would become a big factor in this, and again, that's kind of regionally dependent. If I lived in a place where water was scarce and in a sort of SHTS situation, I wouldn't use any chemicals at all. I would try and go for just pure water for everything. You know,
Yeah.
Does it really matter if your clothes stink a little bit? You know, or whatever. In that kind of situation, I would just go with it. Don't, even if you have bleaches and stuff, use that for something else. Use that to sterilize water rather than use as a cleaning product.
Yeah, you don't need,
you're going to run out of
chlorine
that stuff.
bleach to sanitize your water. I mean, 3 parts per million. Swimming pools,
Yeah,
you need 3 parts per million of chlorine. If you smell chlorine when you walk into a swimming pool somewhere, there's way too many chloramines and other stuff going on there, and it's probably not the most balanced body of water.
Yeah.
But
That's because somebody peed in the water.
well, that too. So anyway, hey, Shadow, awesome. This is an awesome one. I really, really love this one. I know Gil gave it to you. I don't care. Thanks, Gil. Gil, I'll see you probably later on. But I got to bail here. I got some stuff to do before the wife gets home. And you all have a great rest of your day.
Catch you later.
Okay, Mark.
Yeah,
No
Mark.
problem.
God bless.
Later.
Later.
Let's see if I can get this up here. Yeah, so in about 2 hours, I'll be going live on my channel. The topic tonight is after the Long Valley caldera erupts. For those that don't know, that's in California. It's actually bigger than Yellowstone.
Wow.
We'll be talking about that. And it's actually more active than Yellowstone. So we're going to be talking about that tonight. Let me drop the
That would have a global impact if it was bigger than Yellowstone. That would the whole world would feel the effects of that.
Here's part of the problem. What they thought was Yellowstone's ash fields were not. They were the Long Valley Caldera's ash fields. So, yeah. So they just discovered. Oh, well, this was actually from Long Valley Caldera. So where is it? Here we go. Here's the link to my live stream tonight in 2 hours. Dropping it there on in Grayman. I mean in Shadow's chat there. And everybody on my side, you know where to come to get it. And so yeah. But I'm also going to make available for anybody who wants to email me. Let me put this back up here real quick here. If they want to email me, I will send you this Excel spreadsheet, and you can add more skills to it. And there it is, Shadow. So this is the spreadsheet I created. I just touched on some. Come on, I hate it when it does that. Make it a little bigger so you guys can see some of the things. Yeah, so it just different types of skills and sub skills for all the different things, and give you an idea of starting. You can figure out what skills do I need to learn. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's that.
Good book, good stuff, good info.
Yeah.
I think we touched on most of them in the course of this
We
conversation.
touched
Yeah,
on
I think we
just
did.
about everything one way or another. There were a couple we might have missed, but one last one when it comes to food storage.
Well, we did miss a couple of important things as well.
But when it comes to food storage here, one of the things to do is learn how to do all the different varieties of food storage, including canning. Because I've been canning up a storm here. All the different types of things I've been canning here. So I got meatballs I've canned, taco soup, cowboy beans, and taco meat.
Is that not jarring?
Huh?
Is it jarring? They look like jars.
My wife does the jam, and she sends it up here, and the grandsons eat it.
Can't beat the preserves.
One thing we didn't touch on was psychological stuff, or the spiritual stuff. We've got the skill bank. No, first aid. We touched on first aid, fishing, other aspect. But one thing is we didn't. The psychological counselling skills. You know, okay,
Yeah. The reason why I didn't put anything in on that, because that's going to be another whole 4-hour discussion.
Wow, yes.
Yeah,
No,
definitely.
that's an ongoing discussion. That's forever going.
Yeah.
That's never ending.
Yeah.
But it's still important. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's the most important skill, I think. I mean, because okay, you haven't got no kit, but you're dependent on your skill, but you're also dependent on your keeping yourself together. You're kind of counselling yourself. It's okay. It's going to be okay. Just put a bit of shelter together. I've got to, get a fire going. You've got to get some food. So you're sort of, you're kind of boosting yourself with that knowledge as well. But and being able to sort of help others as well, because a lot of people will be cracking up in a certain situation. People crack up just because they can't sort of see their phone in front of them. People, crack up if the microwave ain't working. Damn, I can't heat up my food I bought from the supermarket. I haven't got time to cook. Anyway, I don't even know how to cook. A lot of people don't even know how to cook anymore.
Yeah, that's another skill set. Which, if anyone doesn't know how to cook, that's a skill you need to learn to do.
Exactly.
It'd be a short, sharp shock for a lot of people anyway. That's for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
A lot of people would have to very quickly learn how to, get back to the basics of survival.
And there's a time learning curve on that too.
Yeah.
Some people crack up because they haven't got their internet anymore.
Yeah.
No, wait. No internet. Oh my God, the internet's gone.
Oh, no. What are we gonna do now?
Yeah.
A skill that I think would be very important to learn. You guys know I've traveled over in Asia a lot, and it's a main staple in their diet is dried fish. Learn how to dry fish. It can keep. It's almost like what Mark makes, but it lasts almost forever, and you can eat it in any dish you cook with. Dried fish. That'd be something worth learning how to do.
Yeah, smoked fish.
I saw a video the other day about, like you just said, dried fish. This guy had this dry cod. It just looked like a lump, hard. He said, well, obviously you can't eat it like this, but yeah, I wouldn't have, I wouldn't know how to cook that. But yes, learning, I will definitely sort of learn, get some of that fish and learn.
Things like smoked haddock and kippers and things, or they were a staple. They were a staple diet in the UK for a long time. Not so much now.
I'll get them every week. I get kippers every week.
Yeah.
What I learned by accident, more or less, is the Indians here in my region, they lived in what's called a long house. Usually 4 or 5 families lived in one long house, and it rains here a lot. So their main staple is salmon coming out of the rivers. Wow. So they learned how to fillet the salmon meat and build racks in the longhouse because the heat keeps you warm and dry, and they just lay the fish across these wooden racks and let it sit there and smoke and dry the fish, and there's your food for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
People just did that naturally back in the day, just like with everyday sort of stuff, and today we take a lot of things for granted. And how do you do this? How do you do that? Mom, how do you work? How do you get the washing machine going? I met this girl. She was a university student, 25 years of age, and she said she didn't know how to work. She doesn't know how to work, a washing machine.
Our kids learned how to do the washing machine before they were 10. They were told how to do their own laundry, change their sheets, do every the laundry was their job for their own laundry. So Megan, Alex, and Matthew each did their own laundry.
I used to wash my clothes in the bath when I was 13. Just whack them in the bath, let them soak a little bit, get some elbow grease in there, my hands, give them a good old wash. Then I have to rinse them out. You know, but
I remember a couple times as a kid, we had to wash the clothes we were wearing because we were playing in the horse corral, and my mom or dad were out to the garden hose. Okay, and they started spraying us off, and we had to wash our clothes down and get most of it off before we could get out of it to go into the house and take a bath.
brilliant. Yeah.
But there was one comment on there that up about fifth one up from the bottom there. Cooking with fire is a skill all its own. If you're cooking on a wood burning stove or you're cooking on a campfire, it's another skill to learn how to cook on a campfire or the stove and how to separate the flaming wood from the coals.
Yep.
You guys have probably seen that paint can stove that I made for cooking. I learned that from my wife. That's what she cooked on when she was growing up in Southeast Asia. Yeah, a paint can stove, man. Any little bits of wood, anything, even sawdust. She showed me how to cook with sawdust fire. Well, what you do is you take your paint can stove or any paint can, put a bottle of Coca-Cola in it and pack sawdust around it, right? Until the sawdust is compacted. Pull the Coca-Cola bottle out and put wood in the bottom hole, light that up. And she said that sawdust from the palm trees, it'll burn all day and it'll still cook your meals when you come home later. Yeah. That's one of the best fuels she ever used was sawdust.
It's kind of like a homemade version of something called the Swedish fire, which is a log,
that.
It's very, very similar to that.
Today.
I've learned so much by going to Southeast Asia.
Improvised central heating. I saw a video of a girl on YouTube, and she improvised with using sort of tiles.
We talked about that last night on mine about my live stream Making Fire, about the mass heaters and stuff for inside houses.
Right.
Those are kind of cool.
Tell you what, if you guys are interested in learning about some interesting ways of keeping yourself warm inside a house that hasn't got central heating, take a look at how they do it traditionally in Japan. They have all sorts of techniques. One of them I've recently discovered is they have a table, because they sit on the ground a lot. They have a table and it has a sort of heavy blanket over it, and then the tabletop on top of that. And then they have this chair that they sit on the ground, an insulated chair, and the whole family stick their body inside the blanket under the table. And sometimes they're heated, sometimes they're not. And rather than heat the whole room, they just heat the space inside.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. They keep the
incredible.
people warm, not the building.
Yeah, and it's got a name. I forget the name, even though I was actually watching some of this stuff yesterday. But if you just look up Japanese heating table or something, you'll see what I'm talking about. But they have 6 or 7 other methods, because Japanese houses actually were very poorly insulated. They literally had paper walls, but they don't have central heating, so they would heat. They have all these clever ways of heating themselves. But it's a good thing to know for winter survival in cold northern climates like ours, to learn some of those techniques, I think.
Yeah.
Good.
All right. Well, we're 10 minutes over, and Shadow's got to go to bed. Yeah, I think it's time for wrapping up this stream now. So,
good night. God bless everybody. I'll just quickly say that before Shadow finishes up. God bless everybody in the chat.
Yeah, it was good speaking to you again. We've not spoken in the chat for a little while.
Yeah, it's good to see you again, Alan. Always a pleasure to have you on.
Yeah, I've been working some crazy sort of weekends and night shifts, so I don't always get to jump on this chat, but I always really appreciate it when I do, because I learn a lot from this chat from listening to you guys. So it's fun for me.
That's good.
Thank you guys for letting me come on. First time, so
nice to meet you, brother.
It's been very good. Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, we'll see you again. It'll be quite good.
Okay, guys. I'll catch you next week.
Yeah,
So,
will do.
See you
Yeah,
guys.
Thanks for
Thank you very
stopping
much.
by, Grumpy. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
You're very
Thanks, Shadow.
welcome. Thank you.
Thanks, Shadow. Good night from me as well. Good night, Bob. Good night, Gil. Good night, Mark. Good night, Alan. Have a good one.
Good
Good weekend. Be vigilant. God bless you all. Take care. Take care, Shadow.
Take care.
One final thing I'd like to say to everybody, stay happy no matter what life throws at you. Stay safe. Don't go out and do anything foolish. Keep adding to your preps, water, food, medicine, clothing, and learn a new skill every month, folks. See you later.
See you
ya.
later, Gil. See you later, Bob.
See you later, guys.
Yeah.
Watch out for them damn raccoons. Ooh.
Or you call it airstrike.
Later, guys.
Later. Thank you guys for stopping by. I appreciate it. And I will see you next week. Same time, same channel. And remember, be part of the solution, not the problem. Stay safe. God bless. And we are out.